If this is your first time or your usual time with us, then welcome to XboxEra. We provide a platform for the Xbox community from our forums and Discord, our main site with the latest news and reviews, and our podcasts like the XboxEra podcast and You Had Me at Halo. We exist, our focus on the Xbox platform front and center, because so many media publications out there don't. We love this community and believe Xbox really can be the very best place to play. If you love what we do, help us. You can join as a YouTube member, or even better, subscribe to us on Patreon. You help us grow and get plenty of perks to enjoy as a token of our appreciation. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. And as always, thanks for sticking around.
The XboxEra podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, and Lawpole.
Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 190 of the XboxEra podcast, the Xbox-centric publication and site funded by and for our community. If this is your first time with us, then welcome. If it's your usual time with us, welcome back. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra or becoming a YouTube member if you're watching us live. As always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. Now that blurb's out of the way, I'm Sik Nick, and I'm joined, as usual, by Special Nick.
Oh, what's going on?
And returning to the realm of the Xbox era from his own realm, it's Lord Cognito.
Gentlemen, good to be here. I didn't realize it's been that long.
Since
that
long
time.
When was the last? When was it? It was in the like before episode 100, like easily
Definitely.
that long ago.
Yeah,
yes,
a minute. I
think so. Long time.
Yeah, good to be here, man. A lot to talk about, a lot going on with Xbox in the community. It's been a tremendous year. You know, a lot of stuff to recap on. I'm glad to be here. The timing seemed to work out. I appreciate y'all patience.
It worked out really well. Like, there's no Iron Lords this week. And
no, 6-hour show. 6-hour show. Let's go.
Yeah,
but hang on. Before we go any further, you know, he's not chopped liver. He's arguably the spine of the entire website. Jesse is here as well. Hi, buddy. How you doing?
Hello. I remembered to turn my my microphone on, and I am nervous because I'm braving doing OBS for the first time in how many months. So,
yes.
Look.
So, you know, for context, broader website listeners, and for yourself, Lord Cognito, there were some internet snafus in the land of the United States of America, for Jesse in particular. Gotcha. So we've been using StreamYard, which obviously, if Jesse falls over, StreamYard carries on trucking directly to YouTube. But we're back on OBS tonight. So everybody cross your fingers and toes. That everything
only one snafu to start.
Free.
I did not force SDR, so you were all washed out until I saw it in chat. I was like, oh, shit. Yeah.
So now, can I get
now are you vibrant beauties?
Oh, okay. That's good. We're back.
Because we're in SDR.
Because I'm not streaming in HDR. If I was streaming in HDR, which isn't a thing, then it would have looked fine.
So I was right once again. Just get rid of HDR. Just get rid of it. It does nothing. It does nothing but cause problems. Just get rid of it.
It causes problems.
I'm not going to bite on Nick's get rid of HDR campaign. You can start it on Twitter and see how you get on. Right?
You will get a lot of people yelling at him.
Not a fan. Oh man.
The problems that HDR causes aren't worth the benefits.
Ooh.
They're not worth it.
I've seen lazy.
I have an LG OLED. I have a CX. So I've seen quote unquote good HDR.
Okay.
I don't think it's worth the crap we cop with HDR. I just don't think it's worth it.
No HDR10, no Dolby Vision love. Damn.
Like, yeah, I don't agree fully.
I want to hear his perspective.
Jesse's perfect world scenario, I agree with it. And if we had that perfect world, it'd be great, where there's one standard and everyone supports it and all equipment supports it and it's all implemented properly. Great. That's never going to happen. Ever.
Okay.
Ever.
So more
It's never
proprietary.
gonna
Okay.
happen.
I see your argument. I see where you're going. I disagree, but I see where you're going. I need those vibrance, man. I love it. It's just
imagine playing.
Just turn the color up. Just turn the color up. Just turn it up. Turn up your contrast. Turn up your brightness. Turn up your color.
Well, no, we're almost 200. John has been doing this for almost 200 episodes. We're used to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, guys. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Oh, yeah, you'll see
Wrap
him
it
later
up.
on.
Please wrap it up.
Well, you'll no longer see. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So yeah, for reference, and on the subject of wrap it up, like you might have noticed, and Cog, if you didn't see the episode last week, we've got a new thing now. When Nick starts going, which is regularly, right? We press a couple of buttons, and Jeff Keighley pops up. The sign "Please wrap it up" appears, and we usher Nick off the stage. It was quite popular, so. Folks will be pleased to know there is a T-shirt with "Please wrap it up" now available on the XboxEra merch store. Oh no, I'm being wrapped up on my own wrap it up monologue.
No,
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up, B.
Yeah, there you go. You can pick it up on the store. It's a good giggle. We've got to give a shout out before we kick off anything today to Mohamed Sherrez in the chat.
Yes.
Because he has dropped several super thanks after we've gone live. Hey,
Mohamed, I was the one that pointed out before the show saying, hey, we've got to shout out to Mohamed Sherrez for giving us super chats after the show's finished. One of the best members / patrons that we have. Hello, John, Jesse, Lord Cog, and revolutionary industry leaker Nick. Where's Giz Collection, though? Hoping for a great show.
It's Cog's here. Yeah. It's going to be a great show.
It's gonna be awesome.
6 hours? You ready? You ready for a 6 hour debate? How long do you want to go for? Like, I don't want to push you for 6 hours. That's mean.
There's 2 more super chats. Wow, we've got Banana Peel Jack. Nick already putting his foot in his mouth about HDR 2 minutes
Wrap
in.
it up.
You may have an OLED, but you still need the proper TV settings. I have those too, mate. I have those settings as well.
Are they
I've been sent all the proper calibration. Yes,
No.
all of it. I got it
for your specific panel,
I've got a big
actually
20-page PDF.
It plays to your point. To get the best HDR, you need professional calibration using professional tools. It's a pain in the dick, and it's stupid, which is why I say having that.
That's what I'm saying.
But the future isn't to get rid of making things look better. The future is to figuring out a system that standardizes it. That's what they need to do, as they have done. But it happens with everything else,
I agree with you.
It has happened with everything else.
I agree with you, but it's not going to happen.
All right, more super chats, whatever.
More super chat. Here we go, risk it. XboxEra is way better than Collingwood. I mean, everything is, but XboxEra is actually good. Shout to the panel, chat, and Lord Cog.
Do the thumb up, Nick.
So much jealousy. So much jealousy over Collingwood being the greatest. So much jealousy. Look where your club, mate, losing that flag to West Coast was the biggest blessing in disguise that's ever happened. Because look where we are, the best, and look where West Coast is, the worst. A club on the brink of collapse.
Violence.
Violence
right here.
We're down. We went offline. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no.
All right, that'll get Nick to stop.
Woo!
Yes.
Mohamed Sherrez with another super chat. How there is a please wrap it up t-shirt before a lock it up t-shirt. Also, thanks, Nick. Love you.
It's very sweet.
He doesn't know
This is very easy to love. This is very easy to love.
As you may have noticed, Cog, Nick's ego unbelievably has grown since you were last on. You wouldn't think it's possible, but it's happened. Before we get into the news of the week, and there's a lot of VR news in our news of the week this week, which I know you'll be pleased about because there's some stuff that you've had a hand in, shall we say. But we like to talk about what we've been playing, right? This is a video game podcast. Let's talk about what video games we might have been playing. And we'll start with you, Cog. If you would be so kind, fill us in. What have you been playing? I know you're a big Destiny 2 fan, so I know the last couple of months has probably been a bit rough.
It's been a little tough out here to actually say that you're playing the game or enjoying it. But yeah, I've actually cooled on Destiny a little bit, but I played the new season a little bit. It's pretty decent, and but honestly, I've been playing other stuff. Baldur's Gate, finally is here, for Xbox. So I had a little bit of an issue setting up the cross save. It's a little convoluted.
Larian account,
yeah, Larian account. Then you have to turn on cross save in the actual, Steam version of it. Then wait for it to link up to the server, and then after that, when you go to the Xbox, cross save is not on by default on any platform. You have to turn it on, which is it's so annoying. So yeah, it's just these extra steps, because my thing is, when I started on Xbox, I really took my time out to make like this dwarven monk, kind of character, and I put so much pride into it, and I didn't want to do that over. So basically, yeah, I started that up, and I had to figure out the whole cross save situation. So I've been doing that. There's this little obviously I'm Lord turn-based, so there's this indie game. It's called King Arthur: A Knight's Tale. There's a demo up right now on the Xbox store, and I think the name of the studio is Necro Games or something. Really cool turn-based, based on the Camelot. You're forming the Knights of the Round, fully voice acted, very cool. And then the last thing I've been playing is good old Tekken. I'm a big Tekken fan. The Tekken 8 demo is out on huge Tekken fan. Huge. Tekken is arguably my most influential franchise, mine second to Halo. I would say Halo will be number one.
Really?
Yeah, Tekken, man, I got history.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's funny too, because as a Sega kid, people get mad. Yeah,
that's why I find that so weird.
They think it would be Virtua Fighter. Don't get me wrong, Virtua Fighters, Nick, when it came out, it was leaps and bounds. What AMT was doing was leaps and bounds behind anything we do, and they were ahead of Tekken. Make no mistake. Virtua Fighters 2, Virtua Fighters 3, chef's kiss, right? But I remember seeing Tekken, and I'm like, okay, they're not graphically there, but I like the fighting and the way they represent martial arts. And then they've kind of, as the years went on, I bought a PlayStation for Tekken, literally. Like, that was the only reason why I bought PlayStation. That Tekken I owed to everything. But anyway, Tekken.
I was the complete opposite. I always hated how Tekken played, because to me, Virtua Fighter 1's a bit different, because that was the first, very slow, very cumbersome. Yes. But from Virtua Fighter 2 onwards,
it's beautiful.
Like, to me, Virtua Fighter was the closest thing we ever got, and probably will ever get, to a sim fighting game. I know it's not a sim, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying to me, it was the closest thing we'll ever get. Fast and fluid, and where Tekken always felt much slower and more cumbersome to me compared to Virtua Fighter.
I would agree with the early entries of Tekken. They were not better than Virtua Fighter. I will give you that. The thing where I think the transformation happened for me was Tekken 3. Tekken 3 was when I'm like, okay, they're incorporating capoeira. They've got real motion capture for Taekwondo. And I'm like, okay, that's when I'm seeing the difference. And yeah, it kind of shot off from there. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of that. The demo, unfortunately, is only on PlayStation right now. You got to wait a week for the Xbox version. But I couldn't wait. So I've been playing a lot of that. And I'm going to tell you right now, that game's coming. UE5, they are shaping up to be one of the best fighting games of next year. It's really going to be crazy. So yeah, those are pretty much most of the games I've been playing right now.
Interesting. Nice. I've got lots of friends that like Tekken. For me, it's the juggling in combat is too much. Like where they're just up in the air forever.
Yeah, they're up in the air forever. But you know what, you're gonna love it, John? You're gonna love it. This is the best onboarding for complete people who are not familiar with Tekken. Noobs. Yeah, complete noobs. Don't know the system. Like, they literally have an arcade quest mode that is separate, that literally teaches you every basic of mechanic, and it builds you up in stages. And they do it in almost like a online. They're like little Connect avatar looking characters, and you make your character, and then you go into a social space that it's all local, offline, but they're training you, and it's really done well. Like, they've got it all, man. They've got it. I think they're coming. It's going to be a
when is Tekken 8 dropping? I know it's got a
January
demo
26th or 4th or something like that.
Man,
last week of January.
2024 is just literally just going ham straight off the get go. Then, right?
There's not much of I'm getting like Persia. I'm getting a couple week break, and that's about it, because Prince of Persia is probably going to be in soon, and then it's just
Prince of Persia.
Oh, yeah.
January 26th for Tekken.
Yes,
you're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What about you, Jesse? You've been playing much. I know you like,
I have things I can finally talk about more now. First would be the Prince of Persia demo that I got to to play. Well, I got to play the full game, but I only got a certain amount of it. But yeah, let me get it up on screen.
Oh man,
That you can do that.
Can't
now.
wait for that game.
Yeah, I have to do it.
It
Now
looks
that
great.
I can do it, I must.
Yeah,
But yeah, so I got to play. I played over the cloud, not the ideal situation.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
20. Yeah. Jesse, the audio's off for you. Everyone's in there. There's no sound.
God damn it! There, it's on. I literally haven't used this for so long. But yeah, well, they heard me. They're the ones who matter. Just kidding.
Well,
Please.
They said you had no audio. You were muted.
Yeah, no, I know because my microphone was hidden was turned off in this specific scene. Look, I haven't done this in like 3 months.
Rusty,
okay?
bit rusty.
Yeah.
Bit rusty on the old OBS.
Kill him up big. Talk your talk, Jesse. Talk your talk.
Well, I was talking, but only you could hear it. The actual.
He can talk, just no one can hear him.
No, they have been for a while now. It's a 2D Metroidvania. Roughly, they said upwards of 35 hours. Realistically, I think you can probably do it in less if you don't focus on exploration.
Looks so good.
Really good looking. The footage I got was native 1080p, but obviously it'll look even better when you're playing it in HDR on a console at 4K. It plays really well. It's not overly complicated. Like tapping X is your main combo. Holding X then does a different attack. Y becomes a bow or a chakram, depending if you tap or hold. Right trigger is like a dodge, but then if you hold it, that's also how you run. Left trigger is your parry, which is super important. I just did right there. But the timing on the parries is pretty forgiving, which was good because it was a cloud demo.
It is. It's better that way.
Yeah.
It's very strategic in how you're going to go after things, but what you're doing doesn't feel too complicated. So it's kind of like that Dead Cells vibe where it's just about knowing the situation, knowing what works. It's obviously not a roguelike and run-based, but that super competent 2D platforming and action that can be tough to pull off, and they definitely hit it from what I
watching
played.
The combat in some degree, it reminds me a little bit of the evolution that Ori, Will and the Wisps brought, where the first game was you were just spamming X, and then they brought in the 3 attacks across X, Y, and B, where you could have like a heavy hammer or a more longer range sword. Does that feel, because this is a Metroidvania at the end of the day, right? They've got back to 2D.
I was one of the only people, it might have been the only that beat that big lion boss. He was the one that was kicking everyone's ass. And then they let me keep playing through and then to an area where she was told, sure, you can let him play there. And they were like, oh, wait, no, actually don't let him play there. So I can't talk about it. But it seems to just be the swords. I didn't see any other melee weapons yet. There is a whole amulet system for setting up like a build that goes around how you want to play. There seemed to be a lot. There was a lot of basic currencies to get for crafting and unlocking stuff, but they didn't go into depth on it, so I'm not sure. With it being that long, I'm going to assume you unlock different things over time. There's definitely a handful of super moves that use a meter you build up by hitting stuff or by parrying, and then you can spend them to either do a massive damage attack. I had huge attack that cuts through everyone, or you do a big explosion on the ground that does a little damage but makes a pool that heals you.
Nice.
It's also the flask type of system for heals, where you get a set amount of potions. Every time you use a tree, your potions will replenish. It's the most basic Souls-ish thing, but there's no death penalty or anything else. It's not a Souls-like at all. It was really good, and I am very much looking forward to reviewing it.
Spoiler alert. Reckon I got a funny feeling this might be my game of the year next year.
Straight away in January.
Even without playing it. Yeah, even without playing it. I reckon this will end up being. And also, fun fact, I leaked it 2 years ago.
Ubisoft, he's lying. Don't look at him. Don't listen. No.
The
I
other
reckon
big
they probably
thing
know.
for me was Asgard's Wrath 2, which was the MetaQuest 2 and 3 game.
I haven't gotten to it. I need to hear your opinions.
It's their Half-Life Alyx. It's ridiculously good. Now it's crazy how good it looks most of the time being a mobile game. It is a mobile chipset, obviously.
Yeah.
Sanzaru, yeah?
Yes, they bought
Makers
them.
of developers of Sly Cooper.
Yep, they bought them. So they are MetaQuest's Sanzaru Studios now, or they are Oculus. It's funny, they are still called Oculus Studios.
Oculus Studios.
Yeah. So Oculus Studios is, and whenever you're in the Discord forum, every name says Oculus. It doesn't say Meta, whatever. But yeah. So this game, it's a huge action RPG. I did 80 or 90 hours and I didn't come close to beating it because I did want to see everything. They showed me some of like what the end boss was, and it's just ridiculously epic. The scale on everything, because if you ever played Asgard's Wrath 1 or saw it, which I'm sure Nick and John did not.
I've seen Asgard's Wrath 1. I had played a lot of VR for a while.
Yeah, it is you're a god whose powers you can take over mortals, and so in that game you're jumping between being the little mortal with the sword and board, and in this one you get a bunch of different play styles, or being in god mode, where you're just up above everything and you're looking down and it's like puzzle time. So most of the time you're in this sword and board first person stuff. They've also added in the equivalent to Nephilim Rifts from Diablo, where it's like this endless mode called the Chaotic Rifts. So you've got a mix. You've got a friggin' 130-hour campaign, or you can also just lose yourself for 100 hours in this Chaotic Rift mode because it's got its own leveling system. There's it's physics based, which is the biggest thing. It's not very robotic like I liked Assassin's Creed Nexus, but its melee was very robotic. It's like they're attacking here, you must put your sword directly here, the animation hits, but this is all physics based, and you can chop limbs and heads off, and there's four playable characters. You got your sword and board guy, you've got your weird water nymph lady who uses living beings as weapons, you've got a Viking lady who's mostly bow focused and also has a friggin' grenade, because why not? And then the last guy is like an undead sorcerer who shoots magic, and they all feel really different and good. You can play as any of them in the Rift system as you unlock them. Like, it's huge. It's only 30 gigs because they don't have to go super high res with the textures, but there's a lot of variety in the environments. It is stunning that it looks this good on essentially a phone in a little headset. Like, it looks really good.
It's amazing how developers can optimize, really. It really is.
Great music, which always is a key. Like, really fantastic music, good voice acting. If you watch the review, one of the main complaints I had was the quest givers constantly reminding you to finish their quest like 600 or 700 times an hour. They took that down. It's almost barely ever now. So yeah, I have no complaints. The fact I think it's a 93 on Metacritic and OpenCritic right now. Not a ton of reviews, but it deserves it. I gave it a 9. I could have easily gone. I think if I got to play through the whole game, it might have reached 10, but I couldn't. It was too much to get through in that period of time. It rules. Wow. And you get it for free if you buy a MetaQuest 3. Exactly. $60 otherwise.
Oh.
Huge killer app, guys. Killer app.
I wonder if my brother got it then when he got his
Quest. If he owns a Quest 3, he has it. He just has to go in the store and grab it. It'll just say get.
But he got it before. He got it before the game came out, though.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Before every Quest at launch.
Oh wow!
They're calling it a limited time, but it's if you own a Quest 3 right now, you just go Asgard's Wrath 2 in the store. You got it, and they automatically put 1 onto your account. But 1 is PC, so you have to stream with a link cable or a virtual desktop. That's me.
I've not been playing too much this week. A little bit more Avatar, a little bit of Halos. Restarted Jedi Survivor.
Ooh,
right. 60 FPS on console. Quick resume works great. Very impressed. Really bad signposting. Right. I think it's fair to say I've been playing video games for a long time. Right. But I'm on the first level. Get here. Now, granted, I got bored. Right, and it's never a good sign. Right. Like, I don't know. I've been in a bit of a gaming funk of late. Like, Avatar's the last thing that has kind of been like, yeah, this is pretty cool. And I think Avatar's woefully underrated as a as a Ubisoft game, but whatevs. But I'm playing Jedi Survivor. I got kind of bored because I was like, okay, go to the ship, but it's taking me round the houses to get there. And I'm like, you're dragging this on too long. Right. And I ended up like quick resume, and I came back to it today. Right. And I loaded it up and I'm playing, and I'm like, why is it so hard to figure out? There's no decent signposting of go this direction. Right.
Yeah.
To the point where very rarely, and this is rare for me, I actually had to look up a guide and be like, how do I get there? And it was like, oh, there's this tiny little side alley that isn't clearly marked. And I was like, why?
Yeah.
Why is this?
I kind of agree.
As soon as I got there, I got straight through and beat the boss and on to the next level. But I'm like,
yeah.
I just feel more and more games are, and there's an interesting community question on this, which we'll touch on later, right? But games more and more are trying to be so much bigger and more and everything in the game forever that they just patch it out unnecessarily sometimes. Where I'm just like, ugh. I get it. Like if a world's cool, you want to spend ages in it. But I just, if I thought it was odd that the Respawn developers that are frankly brilliant, it just felt weirdly designed to me. But hey, other than that though, it's actually been a week of nativities for me. I got to see my daughter sing at her school nativity, and it's adorable. She's got her dad's pipes on her. She was the only kid. She's only 6. She's one of 2 children that had a solo vocal.
Oh,
and like I will admit, ladies and gentlemen, a singular, extremely masculine tear, just one, just came down here, and then I just wiped it away, all right, and felt some pride for my daughter. But then I went to see my missus's son at his musical concert, and he was playing some piano, and he was really cool as well. And it was really nice. Like normally these things, you kind of groan and you roll your eyes, whatever. But all of them were actually really good shows that were really beautiful, and the kids were really good. So it was really nice. So I had a good week other than that. But that's it for me. I've not been playing too much comparatively. What about you, Nick?
Wow. Aside from the obvious TMNT Fortnite collab, which, man, did you see how good those turtles look in Fortnite? Oh my god! And that you can now buy tracks because they've got the Guitar Hero mode in Fortnite now. So I was very prompt in buying the Weeknd's Popular in Fortnite and had Michelangelo busting a move into the Weeknd. Been playing with my son a bit, so he bought the turtles as well. As soon as he saw the turtles, he's like, Baba, I've got to get the turtles. So transferred some money across to him in the Microsoft Family account app thing, so that he could get the turtles. So lots and lots of Fortnite because of the new battle pass. But in the interest of trying to play something different, I installed Rollerdrome, which is on Game Pass. Which started as a Rollerdrome. Sorry, Rollerdrome. Same. It's actually quite fun. It's actually quite a fun game.
I can have you on the day one show. Holy shit. We do a day one Game Pass show.
Have Nick on the day one show. Yeah. That's great.
I do a couple times a month because you actually played a freaking Game Pass game. You never do.
On Xbox. On the Xbox platform.
Wow, like it's a big deal. Like,
when I first saw Rollerdrome, when they revealed it, and it was obviously it started on PlayStation only, I thought it looked really cool. So then when I saw it was coming to Game Pass, I'm like, I'll give it a go. Can't skip the cutscenes, which is annoying for a game like this. But the game is quite fun. Like, there's a bit of Tony Hawk in there, and, you can see it now in the footage Jesse's playing. Like, it's all about, so you reload your ammo by doing the tricks and stuff.
Okay.
And, you've got to get a grip on the controls initially. There's a lot to it. Once you get the hang, though, it's cool. You got your Matrix bullet time and your dodges, and I'm enjoying it so far. It's quite fun. Nice. You should give it a go. It's on Game Pass, so
I forgot.
Give it a go.
I forgot. I have played something else this week. I'm curious if any of you guys have. I played a lot of it, actually, and it just completely escaped my brain. We're playing quite a bit of the finals, which is...
I've heard things. Maddie's been playing that.
It's fun. Like, it's genuinely fun. It performs great on console. I'm annoyed that I can't play it on PC and choose controller and play with my friends on Xbox. It doesn't. If you choose to play against console players only, you'll only get console players, right? It doesn't segregate by input, but looks incredible. Destruction's crazy, and the team mechanics start to get very interesting. And you can get completely wiped by a very clever team that play really tactically. You can choose to do some really crazy plays, like the whole premise is on cash, right? So you activate cash, then you take the cash and you've got to get it to a bank and you've got to bank it. But because everything's destructible, the bank could be the floor above you, right? And the team could put up all these like goo walls that are all defending. So you could just go in underneath with some explosives and blow up the floor and bring the tank down to you.
Nice.
And all that. And it's got this nice multiplayer vibe that I haven't. I only really enjoy in Halo for the most part. So yeah, definitely. If you've got a couple of mates you want to play some more tactical FPS gameplay with, it's worth a look in, I would say.
Yeah, I've heard good things. Maddie was raving about it on Duke. And a question I have for you: how you feel about the voice work? Because that was a discussion that we talked about. What's your feedback?
You know what? I get it from their point of view, right? I get in the industry, people are so. For context, everyone, the finals uses AI voices that they can update on the fly to react to things happening in the match, because it's not narrative being delivered right with passion. It is, whoa, the underdogs have come back. It's that kind of cheesy announcer style background noise, right? And the developers got in hot water because they use an AI voice kit to do that on the fly, and it does feel a bit weird at times. It sounds a bit weird. But I understand it. They're a small team. They are moving quick. It's so they can be agile. They don't have to get the voice team back in to come and record some more lines. Like, give you a different context, right? Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite in Forge has a bunch of name zones. So if you look when you're playing in the map, you'll be in an area, and in the bottom left corner of the screen, it will say like the pit or ledge or whatever. And if you ping an enemy in the game, your character will be like over in ledge, like that, right?
Right.
Every time they add a new map and they have to add new places, they've got to get the same voice actors back in and record all those lines and have them all in different ways and in different tones, in different scenarios, and it costs a lot of money. So I understand that using AI in this way is very, very quick, and I'm sure they're using someone's real voice, but they're just using a system to put it together in different ways on the fly. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not going to replace traditional voice acting in narrative games. It just ain't.
They might try. They might try.
They will try. They will definitely try. They will definitely try.
The money men.
Yes.
But yeah, it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me. Did it bother you? I don't know.
No, it was a good discussion because, Maddie is very anti-AI, and I get the ethical aspect. I'm the techie, so I'm the guy that's like, well, if used correctly, it could help development.
It's a good tool
in the way that. Right. Yeah. So I just look at it as if it pushes the industry forward in a specific way. And obviously, there's going to be some companies that misuse it, and we're not going to like it. But I think gamers, I told him, I think gamers are smart enough to determine and say, you know what? That's not in. That feels cashed in. That doesn't have any soul to it, right? But in this case, like a game like the finals, where the developer is really raving about how much time, resource, they're a small team, it really helps us. So the fun bet was like, it was like a Duke before. I was like, Maddie, there's going to be a game that you're going to like, that you're not going to realize it's going to implement it.
Does he like the finals?
So he was really on his
loves it.
So he tells me about the finals this week, about what games we're playing, and I'm like, oh, really? So then he's like, Cog, I hate to have to admit this, but this game is really fun. He was going on, he was raving about the way
it's
you
good,
are.
It's good.
Destructible environment. He's like, and it uses AI voice. I said, it uses what? And then I made it repeat it. I was like, oh, so it's utilizing the thing that you said you were going to take a stance against. Oh, wow. So we just went at it. It was a fun play for
amazing.
But already, man,
it's happening. It's happening. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see like people complaining about AI in any form in video games. I'm never buying that studio's games again. I'm like, procedural generation to a degree is driven by an AI. Right? It's delivered via machine learning, right? So that it knows not to place a tree in the sky and so on. Like you play No Man's Sky, there's AI helping build all that together. It's a system. Like,
I'm sorry, continue.
Come on, you get the point, right? You can't totally draw this line in the sand that says you can't use any of that technology to make things easier for yourselves, developers, because it might replace them. No, there needs to be a human at the wheel, unfortunately. But there you go.
I did have 2 other things I forgot I've been playing that I just want to very quickly mention. Right.
Oh, no.
I started streaming the shit out of Elden Ring again. It's still one of the best games ever made. God, I love that game. Probably should have given it a 10, but I did have quibbles at launch with it quite a bit. The other thing besides Elden Ring was House Flipper 2. I don't know if you ever played the original. It is on Game Pass. 2 is not yet. It's only on PC so far. It makes House Flipper seem like a proof of concept, and this is now the game they made from it. Way better looking, way more to do, and a more structured path on where you're going. Way more choices. Like if you like decorating a house, outside of just the cleaning part of it, like if you enjoyed in The Sims making the house more than playing The Sims, you can just go to town in this one. It's really good. Wow. I hope it comes to consoles soon.
Nice. Cool. Well, there you go. That's what we've been playing. That was a chunky segment of video games. Nice. It's nice for a video game podcast.
I reckon we needed to use the wrap it up a bit.
We probably did, but it was some good conversation there too. You know, some nice.
That's the thing people want more of, not less.
Yeah. It's when, Melbourne or coffee or Greece, that's where the wrap it up button.
That's what people want to hear about.
We got to
it's not.
If people are thinking of coming down to Australia for a holiday, they need to know these things.
Oh, of course. All right. Well, then a little bit of housekeeping, if you would indulge me, please. Chat, it's so lovely to see nearly 200 people watching live right now. I appreciate it. It's Saturday night. It's coming up on Christmas time. People are doing family things. It's nice to have you here with us. If you're enjoying the show thus far, please reach out across your phone, stretch your limb, your thumb, your digit, your hand on your mouse, and smash that like button. It would be most appreciated. The algorithm demands it. And we're going to get into some news. And even though we are a week and a bit out from Christmas, it's still stupid out there. There's still so much news to cover on. So let's start off with a controversy. Let's talk about some controversies. And the controversy of the developer that can't spell the word FNTASTIC deleted themselves from Steam just after selling a zombie MMO with some really, really big trailers. And then it's all come to a massive end and they've just walked away with some money and they're giving refunds and stuff, but it's all closed down. The day before. I mean, I remember seeing trailers for this and thinking, cool, this looks ambitious for this I've never heard of developer before. Oh, look at the previous stuff they've released. Nothing of this level. And here we are.
A lot of people did sort of see this early on. I personally, to me, it just looked okay, but a lot of people were very suspicious of this when it was first being shown off. It had very, not scammy vibes, but kinda. And everyone was very, very suspicious of it. But it released. It did release, technically.
For 2 days.
Shut down, what, 3 or 4 days after?
One, I thought. Like, it was literally like a day or two.
Yeah. There's a really great article on Insider Gaming where they pulled down every single red flag that was a sign that the day before was probably a bit of a scam. And I'm just going to read the bullet points, but go check out the article. We'll stick it in the chat. Gameplay videos were scripted. Unpaid volunteers were pulled into the studio. The developer's first game was a Kickstarter that was backed for 60K. It came out in a really buggy state, had poor reviews, and then was abandoned by the developer. Sound familiar? No gameplay was ever shown. So it was always these scripted things. The game wasn't trademarked. It was delayed many, many times. And all of the assets looks like they came out of the Unreal Engine store. Oof. I mean, I get it though, because from an MMO perspective, a genuinely ambitious zombie MMO sounds like something even I would probably dip my toe into. Cooperatively, we've got things like Ark, Survival of whatever, Ascended now, whatever the new remake version is, surviving against dinosaurs. But imagine a genuinely scale city with hundreds of players in, all surviving thousands and thousands of zombies. I mean, it sounds kind of cool. So I get why people were hoping it wasn't a big con.
And then they canceled the Last of Us factions and we don't get it.
Yeah. We'll get into that.
We'll get into
that.
See what we doing.
Hey.
See what we doing.
I mean, we could go straight into that. I mean, there's not much more to say
this
about
lasted longer than Factions did. Oh, see?
Damn, Nick.
See? Those jokes aren't that funny anymore, are they now? Where's Chris Judge making that joke? See? It's not that funny now, is it?
Man,
They made the right tough decision. That's what everyone's been saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
I mean, yeah.
They did.
But if you're going to spend how many years? When
Probably
did
a
Last
few.
of Us 2 come out?
Man.
2020.
So that was
Factions was supposed to come out at launch.
At launch.
So it's been in development for 5-6 years. If after 5-6 years, right, we're now 3 years past The Last of Us Part 2 coming out. If it had you suddenly going, we're going to have to support this all the time, and you didn't know that in 3 years?
I think they would have known that.
I mean, and the fact that people are like, I mean, what that is a very masterful way of controlling the narrative a little bit.
Yeah,
I agree.
And being like,
deflection.
don't worry,
Bit of
single
deflection.
player fans.
I agree.
It's bullshit. They knew.
Bit of deflection.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough for me. Because,
Good on them. Good on them for making the call.
Yeah, of course. We definitely understand the call. It's so interesting to me because obviously I'm tied to it because obviously Bungie, we heard the story prior as far as the evaluation and turning what they were brought in for live service. And we heard, the reporting that, obviously it was maybe a decent game, but they didn't feel it would have any stickiness long term to maintain players. So you hear that, and then you hear about the fact that, they make this statement. And it is frustrating to me because as great as Naughty Dog is, and they are great at that single player, third person, over the shoulder, emotional context game. For me, I struggle when things become redundant and cookie cutter and saying like this game is the only style of game that is great. And also PlayStation's deficiency in multiplayer. As much as I've been hard on Xbox with #JustOne, I would love a new IP in that thing. Exactly. Oh, we'll see. Gotta see more of it. We gotta see. But my thing I've been on PlayStation is what happened to the PlayStation that made SOCOM? What happened to the PlayStation that at least had a resistance, that kind of thing? And we don't see that from them. And it becomes genre redundant. I don't like that from them. So I don't necessarily buy this thing that with our resources we would have had to devote the entire resources towards this thing and thus we had to do it, but we want to just give you the single player games. To me it's utilizing a little bit of the base's passion for that game against them to justify the cancellation of it. And the other thing is, I know it's going to sound really harsh, but look, no disrespect to Naughty Dog, they're great. Neil Druckmann, amazing. I just feel that now that makes you the one-trick pony. I can't look at you the same because that means to tell me that you can't make any other style of genre. Where I look at like an Obsidian and you have, Outer Worlds, you have Pillars, you have, Grounded. They can't
12 people.
12 people. So you mean to tell me with all your resources, you can't put together any variance in genre? It could only be this. I struggle with that. So to me, I think this is more of a PR move.
It's
spin a little bit, I think maybe ultimately the decision to cancel it was right, but I don't want to see them that they can only do this and that's all. So I was disappointed by it, especially how long we've been waiting for it,
Yep. And not only that, this for everyone watching, this is your Xbox tax that we're talking about. Everyone, remember how a few weeks ago we said the Xbox tax isn't what you think it is? This is the Xbox tax. Because if Halo came out with no multiplayer, and then after 5 years of working on that multiplayer, 343 went, guys, it's a little bit harder than we thought. We're cancelling it. Ooh.
Your narrative would have been different.
Quite rightly, though, this is the thing. Quite rightly, they'd be grilled for it. Now, Naughty Dog aren't going to get grilled for cancelling this multiplayer. But why? Ever since consoles went online, which is 2005 in reality. Yes, we know they were online before that, but let's be realistic. From the 360 on. Yeah. So since PlayStation consoles went properly online, Naughty Dog has made 6 games. Yeah. Uncharted, no multiplayer. No. Uncharted 2, multiplayer. Uncharted 3, multiplayer. Uncharted 4, multiplayer. Last of Us, multiplayer. So would you not say that multiplayer would be expected of Naughty Dog?
Especially if they set the standard of that's how the games always came out, that combination of single player and multiplayer. I agree.
Would you not say that multiplayer is expected of Naughty Dog?
I'm enjoying this kind of
right.
rageful, wrathful Nick.
Hold on, am I wrong? Is anything I'm saying factually incorrect?
Absolutely right.
I will throw the caveat that I would argue that Halo's defining mode since Halo 2 has been its multiplayer.
But I'm not talking about Halo now. I'm talking about Naughty Dog and their inclusion of multiplayer.
Whereas Last of Us is defining, Naughty Dog's defining mode is their single player campaigns.
But to Nick's point, John, I see what you're saying, but they have set an example. They've set a standard that they're giving you this package of single player and multiplayer. Regardless, even though I know the single player is well renowned, it is interesting that now the feature can be removed. And to their point, to Nick's point, they're not being held to that same standard because it's this cachet of, they make these great, amazing single player games.
You know what the equivalent is? I think it's actually more split screen, co-op, and Forge. Like those are more the equivalents for Naughty Dog's multiplayer not being there at launch.
Yeah. Like not releasing Forge when Halo Infinite
for expectations, Nick. The expectations
was a mistake. But it also wasn't ready, right? So they had to do what they had to do. But the rage from the community, even from someone who loves Forge and is on the Forge Council, was like, "Oh no, why? That sucks." Because I feel like the game would have had longer legs and been more beloved straight off the bat than if it had launched a year later. But yeah, it's an interesting Nick. I can't argue. It's a
The
good
Last
point.
of Us 2 hasn't had long legs.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't have a reason to go back to it. It's not it's not an enjoyable story. It plays really well. I do think the roguelike mode might actually be a lot more enjoyable to go through multiple times, but like the actual campaign of The Last of Us 2 is miserable. And if you're like me, it ruined a lot of the characters from freaking 1. So having an online mode to play would have been way better.
But even the resources thing to me doesn't fly. Like there was like over 2,000 developers on that game.
I agree. Like, if we look at the great studios, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Like there's a capability of again being able to do different genres or multiplayer and things of that nature. And if to your point, if Xbox was held to this standard and this announcement did happen, we would be talking about the mismanagement of that studio and what is happening, what is 100%. Going on with them. That we have to be honest. It's because their cachet is to what it is that it's allowing them to be able to deflect this and say, you know what, this is a good thing. Now, again, we're all about canceling something or delaying something for the betterment of the studio or the game, but we have to be honest about this is the standard and how it's not being represented equally if it was another platform. We just got to be honest about that.
I mean, we haven't had you on since all of the Xbox stuff was banding around. What is your general take? Like, we've spoken about this at length, and I think our nutshell is it exists, but a lot of people point at Metacritic and reviews, and that's not what the tax is, right? And Nick's got a great line on this. Xbox games are reviewed properly, whereas other platforms, PlayStation games, are perhaps more glorified advertisements.
They're just
love
ads.
letter to racing and so on. Right?
They're just ads.
So like that, and it's the way that the news is framed online. Like the classic, MKV gets released for Xbox. Oh, dirty Xbox playing pirate movies. MKV gets released for PlayStation. It's played straight. PlayStation now supports MKVs, right? It's that framing that is the Xbox tax. That's generally our take. But what's your thoughts? Does it exist in your?
It's similar. It's similar. Mine's a little different, but it's similar. All right. To the letter, I don't feel it exists only in the sense that I don't feel people are twirling their mustaches and saying,
there's no cabal. Like
I don't think there's a unified effort. What I think is honestly, it's this. I call it. It's like to the victors goes the spoils. Xbox lost the generation they weren't supposed to lose, right? Which was the Xbox One, PS4 generation, which makes now PlayStation more of the global favorite popular brand, right? So if that's the global popular brand, then that means most of the reviewers, like I've spoken to Colin about this. He told me like during the PS3 era, everyone in IGN had 360s because 360 was the zeitgeist. That was the dominant brand. So there's not enough people playing on the Xbox platform, in my opinion, this generation, right? So
and you see that reflected in the Game Awards, in the VR playlist. It was all PlayStation VR games. Like, hello.
Right. And because PlayStation is popular, just like we're talking about The Last of Us, they have deemed that as the only standard of greatness. No other genre can be as good. Like we went through the Forza Horizon 5 thing. We all know it was critically acclaimed, but because people, A, really don't play on Xbox, B, really don't play racing games, right? That's the tax, so to speak, right? It's a lack of being on the platform. And then it's like, for example, Pentiment. We all know Pentiment was a great indie game. You saw Josh Hoyer's comments about what's the criteria here, like as far as why this wasn't nominated. We submitted it on time. They don't play they don't play different genres. They don't play on the platform. Thus, that's what you get. And then the other thing that people have to understand is, as XboxEra, a very popular website, you guys are excellent, but we all know that SEO plays a factor here.
Yep.
So if you have negative Starfield comments in your title, and you notice you get a lot of traffic whenever you do this, right? They are feeding into the console war and feeding into this algorithm. And I understand it. So that to me is what's going on here. That unfortunately Xbox does, fair or not, have to work a little bit harder than the other brands. They're not measured exactly the same one-to-one. And we all know bias does exist. So for people to act like bias does not exist, you're fooling yourself. And the last point I'll say, and it's a little controversial. Look, I get it. We're content creators. We also, have a website, journalists. And I got a lot of journalist friends, so I'm not coming at them, but it's like a fraternity. If someone attacks you in your fraternity, you're going to defend, right? Whereas the content creator is going to say, hey, we're working just as hard as you. We're putting out reviews at XboxEra, Lords of Gaming.net. Like we're doing the work. So I think that's another thing that's going on here, where for the first time, I'm seeing the community call out the bias or call out the unfair treatment. And now there's a defense by the fraternity against it. That's what I think's going on.
Circling of the wagons.
We had said similar. I said it a couple of weeks ago. There's just more PlayStation fans in the world than there is Xbox fans. And that's going to translate into gaming media as well. Naturally, it's just maths.
Exactly.
Like it's...
It blows my mind how they like the cabal refuses, like point blank. No, look at our review scores. Look at these 9s and 10s we've given Xbox games, and I'm like, yeah, you can be objective when it comes to the singular games on their own, but you can't not look at the way the whole industry covers the platform and say that it's the same. You just can't.
No, it's not.
Yeah, this is some inconsistencies. We have to be honest.
People try to pretend like reviews can be objective, and they can't. That would just be a list of facts. That wouldn't be a review. A review
it would be boring.
No. Right.
But also every person has an inherent bias for what they enjoy and what they like. I like open world. I like open world action co-op looter shooters. So I liked Redfall. What can I say? It's a genre I really like, and I trend towards enjoying. Other people didn't, and they don't like it. And people are in. For all the people that say they don't want an echo chamber, they also get really pissed if you don't agree with what they want to be the truth. So in the end, so much of it just ends up being like this stupid... I hate review scores. I hate them because I wrote 3,000 words on why I enjoyed this thing, and no one read it.
The bottom.
Just looked at the score. That's it.
And
it's like
page down. Page down. Shift page down.
It's
I also find it hilarious that in video game land on Metacritic, 70 is mixed, and yet in movie land, like 60s are in the green, like generally. It's like, why is that different? I don't know.
There's more of a known and used system in movies. Like 5 stars feels like the thing most people just do for movies. outside of the video game sites like IGN that do a 10-point system. But video games and reviews and the aggregates are useless because they just, in the end, it's 100 to 200 people's opinions on the biggest games, and then 22 million people might play it. So it's like, who cares what those 200 said score-wise? What should matter is what they can teach you. Like, oh, this person tends to like things I like. I wonder how they feel about this. It could just be a guide for what's worth your time. It's a good review gives you a mix of objective fact, so you just know the facts about something, and is a guide for you to have an initial impression of what something might be if you play it. That's it. It's not. But list warring is always going to be the best engagement bait. Like A versus B, A versus B versus C. Like that is how you pull people in without having to work very hard. And everyone's lazy, so that's what they go for.
Preach.
There you go.
Well said.
Xbox tax covered succinctly in 10 minutes. Yes, I was going to say let's knock some of these super chats
normally
out.
All inspired by The Last of Us Part 2. The game that just keeps on giving.
There's 5 of them, starting with Banana Peel Jack.
Labar X.
No, Banana Peel Jack did one. Yeah.
Yeah. He did.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Banana Peel Jack. I haven't been here live for a while, so happy holidays to John, Jesse, Lord Cog, and panel.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, thank you.
Revenge of Shinobi was my Genesis game, Cog. What was yours?
Man, that Revenge of Shinobi was my Genesis game, too. So I try to name another one.
Techno
Fantasy
Cop.
Star 2. Techno, I remember Techno Cop. That was horrible, but it was
so bad. But you shoot people and they just blow up into this giant meatball blob. It was hilarious.
It was very violent for the time. That game was like controversial for its time. But I would say Fantasy Star 2 because a lot of people don't remember the original essence of what Fantasy Star games used to be. They just know like the MMO stuff, and it was one of the greatest JRPG. Yeah, Fantasy 2 was up there.
I was the
Streets of Rage 2 or Sonic for me.
So good. Streets of Rage. Me and you always bond on Streets of Rage. So good.
Streets of Rage, man.
I always go. The thing I remember the most is very different. It was the Sherlock Holmes FMV game on Sega CD. Yeah. It was just like it was so many of those. There was nothing like it, like for that quality, because so many of the FMV ones were shit, like just really bad quality acting and music. It had good music, it had good acting. It was actually interesting. It was like, oh, this can actually be good. Everything's not going to be Scottie Pippen, Windy City Slam a Jam.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you bring up some bad ones. I remember that.
Hey, he was on Speaking of bad Mega Drive games, Cog, did you ever hear of or play a game called Kaji Kai?
I have not.
Oh man, I remember. So back, as most of us that are old enough would know, back in the old days, you bought games on their box art.
Box art.
There was no internet. You couldn't always get the magazines, so all you had was the box art. Being into my fighting games, I saw Kaji Kai with big fist on the cover, and I'm like, oh, fighting game, here we go. All right. Oh boy. It's three words. Kageki. I just call it Kaji Kai. I'm probably pronouncing it incorrectly. Man, I think I beat it in like 20 minutes, half an hour. I was so upset, and it was just one of the worst games you've ever seen. YouTube it, like it's on YouTube, and every now and again I'll check it out just to get that memory back. Oh my God, it was just it was Kaji Kai was just the worst. It was
this looked bad.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
Oh wow!
Yeah, at the risk of further tangent, we've
terrible.
Still got more super chats here.
Yeah, no, we got more super chat.
It looks terrible.
Is Jesse playing it? Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Look at that. Yeah, there it is. It was.
This is the arcade version, so it's even better than the Genesis.
Yes, there's an arcade version. Yes. It was. Oh my God.
Okay, no more of that.
Okay. More super chats. Labar X. Fantastic saw how Sony and their fanatic fan base lapped up Abandon and got inspired. Yeah, well.
God, the whole Abandon thing. Has that come out yet? Like,
no, there's been nothing.
It won't. It won't come out. It won't come out.
It was never going to come out. It's a grift of just constantly recycling App Store or asset store flips. That's all they do. In this one, he somehow tricked Sony into promoting it. Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these super chats came while we were talking. Mohamed Sherrez, but Nick, Halo is expected for multiplayer though, not for Naughty Dog. Which
that's kind of the point
we were talking. I know, but I mean, expectations. God, there's a deeper discussion to be had about expectations and where they come from because they're a kind of nebulous thing. Everyone's expectations are going to be different. What about someone who was obsessed with factions and didn't care about the single player? What's their expectation? What's their expectation?
I think there's a conversation to be had about what's wrong with nowadays the throwaway multiplayer. Do you remember those days?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? I'll play that for a couple of months. I'm done. Move on with my life. It doesn't have to be this live game supported forever thing. It can just be a thing.
Fun fact,
they want that revenue, John. What's the problem?
We're talking about Naughty Dog and multiplayer. The reason I went digital day one on Uncharted 4 was that multiplayer. I jumped in the beta. I thought it was fun. So I'm like, you know what? I'll get Uncharted 4 digitally.
And then you loved the
got the multiplayer.
Loved it. It's your favorite.
Oh my God. It was the most poorly paced thing I've ever played in my life. It's just, my God.
It's pretty long.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Faisal. Catching up at 1.5 speed and concerned with all the love for Nick at the start of the pod. So this super chat is for Jesse and John. Also, welcome back, Shinobi.
Salute, yes.
I got confused for half a second there and then realized what he was talking about.
Not a certain Resetera poster, no.
No. J. Rembert. I'm going to do the French pronunciation on that one because I like it more. Who do you think has the brightest future? Company A, that spent $80 billion on their gaming division, or Company B, Platform X, that just cancelled a bunch of games, closed studios, and fired execs?
Even the way that's been framed, you know, especially this week. I mean, we'll get into it because I know Nick's got some things he wants to say on this. Just the way that's been covered.
Do I?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, you talked about it before we started about the positive news story, and then
yeah.
We'll get into it. Anyway, let's plow on the news. Thank you everybody for the super chats. Loving the support this week. It is glorious to behold. Don't forget to hit that like button.
It'll keep Sik out of the slammer when he has to pay off all of these shipping costs for this book.
Do you want an update on that? Do you want an update on the shipping costs of that thing? So it came down. It came down from eye-watering £25,000 to a still extremely eye-watering 18,900. Wow. And I had a frank conversation. I was like, "This is what I was quoted, right? This is double that, right? I am just one dude." You're not like, all you're doing is bankrupting one guy in the UK and ruining his Christmas. So can we come to an agreeable, show of faith here? They're working on it, right? So nice. it's still in flight. I've put a gesture of goodwill payment towards it, but meet me somewhere here, guys.
Seeing the book on Phil's shelf makes it all worth it.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
That was cool.
That reminds me. Hold on. Remind me. Was Cog in the book?
Well, it's an interesting one. I had that thought when we had him on. I was like, Cog did provide, but I think it was via an audio transcription. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cog, because it's been a wild couple of years.
Yeah, been a while.
I think Cog provided an audio transcription, but I don't think it made it into the final one, which is a calamity of epic proportions. So I was actually going to say, Cog, I think it's just one of those things where everyone's running hell for leather to finish a thing and get it shipped. I think we should probably
get in for the 360 book.
We'll definitely get in for the 360 book. 360 man's going to have a lot to say.
Well, I definitely.
But when we get offline, just DM me your address, Cog, and I will. I'll sort you out.
Appreciate it. Man.
But on that note, I've got no news I can publicly share. But just know that things are happening.
Ooh.
And I will.
We'd like people
share more
We get asked a lot for people who didn't get it on the Kickstarter if there's any chance. We're trying to see if there's any way we could ever sell it. We don't know.
I got a DM last night about it.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, is there any spare books? He goes, I tried to message John and Jesse but couldn't. Are there any spare books? I'm like, not as far as I know.
So yes, there are, right? And
there are. There you go.
Yeah, and the majority of backers have been shipped. I've got one backer in Russia that I need to find a way, but I think he's providing me with an alternative address because Russia.
Oh, we got Red with the face. We got Red with
his
face. Out. Wow.
But
we didn't get Clobberall.
We'll tackle it in the new year.
We only got the squirrel.
Clobberall, no face for Clob.
Yeah. But we'll find a way. But either way, we'll do something on the website in the new year where we'll have a look at what we've got remaining, and it will be a case of I'm not going to go do these via fulfillment. It will be a case of me going to just like, okay, someone's bought one, right? It's that one. What's the address, right? But okay, it's going to cost this much shipping. Sort that out, and then we'll.
You can have this book for 14,000 to pay for the shipping.
Yeah, can we clear the rest of the bill? But yes, but we are looking. There are conversations, hopefully happening.
No idea. But we're hopeful.
It would be cool. It'd be cool if what I want to happen happens. It would be very cool. We'll update. We'll keep you in the loop, people. Anyway, come on. Let's. There's so much more news. Let's talk a little bit about. Before we dive into the actual topic here, but because Cog's not been here for a while, I want to know what he thinks.
Talk to me.
Considering the Just One hashtag campaign at the Game Awards, a certain video game that was kind of, and I have to ask, like, we knew it was coming, right? We'd heard the rumors, but we were like, no way. Did you know? Did you go in thinking, is this going to come true? Or was it a complete surprise? And I'm talking about the announcement of Blade.
Yeah, I knew coming in, and I just couldn't believe it. It was just one of those things that it was like, this is what I've always wanted from Xbox, right? And I'm just sitting there like, wow. Like, and to me, it's the perfect marriage studio-wise. Like, I'm like, Arcane, Leon, this makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, Blade is the perfect character because he's grounded in the sense that he's human. He could be killed, right? But it's also dark, vampires, because there's certain characters I feel don't translate well in superhero as far as like Superman or the Hulk, right? Because they're just too indomitable, too invulnerable in a way. So it's going to be hard to kind of translate in the games. But this was a perfect pairing. So now it's like, okay, how do they execute this? I can't believe this happened. And then also, to your question about the hashtag Just One. All right, so technically it is not for a reason that people don't realize. This existed on PlayStation. Blade there's a PlayStation game on Blade.
There is, yeah. There's an old Xbox one as well, right? Blade 2, I think.
Exactly. But it solved my other problem, which I wanted more than the hashtag Just One, which was an Xbox superhero game. And I've been getting a lot of pushback. Me and Adam's getting a lot of pushback from the community. Oh no, they don't need one. And I'm like, no, they do, because
they do.
You need to put your finger on the pulse of pop culture. Yeah. And having Xbox associated with something that is popular makes a lot of sense. So I don't care about a superhero game with Xbox, to me, holds way more weight. And I like what they're doing. I think Dinga is super passionate. I love how excited they are. And then the last thing is, I had heard rumblings in the past that, obviously we heard about the rumors that, Xbox at one point could have had Spider-Man or so on and so forth. They made paths that they didn't see value in it. So to me, this move signifies, under the Xbox era of being acquired, ZeniMax being acquired, that this is something that they're signing off on, that this is something that they approve of. And that to me is really exciting. The future's bright. I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped.
And we've got our logo. We finally got our it's on the YouTube page now. Everyone can stop panicking.
Why was that a thing?
It's still
it's so clearly a stipulation.
It's still
a
Marvel.
thing.
It's still
so
a thing
obviously that.
Now the goalpost has shifted to, well, hold on, Hogwarts was on the PlayStation YouTube page and wasn't on the Xbox YouTube page, and Hogwarts wasn't exclusive. Like, it's just, that's what's going to happen now. And until Xbox or Marvel or Bethesda say it outright, this is what's going to happen now. And maybe that's what they want, because they just want people to keep talking about it.
Yeah,
it's not going to be out for a long, long time, so maybe they just want people to just keep talking about it.
And then you've got the PlayStation fan side of things going, oh yeah, Blade, and then I I have to go buy an Xbox. Oh no!
But they already have their super powerful PC. They can just play it there.
That's true.
That's right.
Oh, we doing it today.
But that's what. I mean,
it's messy. I love it.
Like, it's
Everybody
funny.
get
I saw someone on Twitter, I think it was, or in our YouTube comments, and they had an interesting point. I don't know yet if I agree, but it's an interesting point. And they said,
What they say?
had it been announced, like right now, the YouTube trailer's got like 3-point-something million views or 4 million views.
Yep.
They go, if that had been announced as an Xbox exclusive straight off the bat, maybe 1 million views or 500,000 views. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's 4.4 million on the Marvel channel.
yeah. I'm like, you know what? You might actually be right.
Nick, are you implying that the leaving it ambiguous for the popular platform might be beneficial for the marketing of the game?
Maybe.
Bethesda
Maybe.
channel, 248K.
See? On Bethesda's own channel. This is what I mean. It's as we spoke about this, the stench of Redfall, the exclusive vampire game, still there. It still lingers.
Yeah,
I know you like it. I'm just saying.
Good game.
I did find it a bit
Industry-wide.
funny that they were like Redfall vampire game, and then they come out with another Arcane is doing
Another arcade vampire game.
With a lot of red in it.
Well, yeah,
Man, if they can
But
time the release,
I'm excited it's third party.
In conjunction with
third person.
the movie, Nick, I'm with. This is a marketing snafu if they can line things up.
if they can get it, I
Yep.
know that would be tough, very,
Tough.
very tough.
Yeah.
But if they can align it so that they release, obviously not the same day
Same
or anything
year,
like that, but
Mhm.
same year.
Oh,
Ooh.
you, yeah.
The
Because
Blade movie was delayed a fair bit, right? If
Yes.
memory serves.
Yeah, they had a
Literally like
redirection.
rewriting it. Yeah.
Yeah, and,
Yeah.
Mahershala
And
Ali
it's got the
did
guy
that.
who was in the recent Netflix movie. And Green Book.
Mahershala Ali.
Yeah. Like,
I think I've been
gosh,
pronouncing
that
his name
guy
wrong.
can act. Like, he is incredible.
Yes.
I can't wait to see him as Blade. Like, don't get me wrong, Snipes.
Oh yeah, that's
I mean,
Ah,
match
classic.
made
Snipes
in
is
heaven.
legendary. Snipes is
It's
legendary.
so good.
that
But
movie.
His
like,
performance in
maybe
the
he'll-
third movie. Whew. Really?
Yeah, okay.
Snipes.
Great.
Snipes is iconic as Blade.
Yeah, he was
That
really good.
like I'll never forget that line where he says, "Motherfuckers always trying to ice skate up a hill." I love that line. I love that
Bro,
line
That
so
whole
much.
movie, bro. I still to this day, the opening club scene.
Oh,
Bro, I brought
Unbelievable.
That. I never had techno. I'm from the South, bro. I brought techno that day. I was like, "What song is that?"
Yeah.
The confusion, something. When the blood came down from the thing, and he thought he was in a regular party, and this was not the
Yeah.
party he was supposed to be in. And then Blade came. Classic.
I saw a post. I can't remember
yeah.
if it was on the XboxEra forums or on XboxEra, but it was like someone saying, like, if they're smart, you know, the trailer, Blade standing in the club, everyone dancing, same music, gameplay, cutting people up, the blood comes
Yeah,
down,
man.
cutting more
Has
people
to
up,
be.
and it's just
Has to
like
be in there.
Blade 2025 or something like that. You know, like, be
Man.
very cool.
And that's not before
that
2027
song-
because they'll eventually be out of the industry by then.
Yeah, when they go third
yeah,
party.
that's right.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh,
But yeah, the main point of this was Axios, Stephen Totilo, who, by the way, announced he's gone independent
Yes.
with gaming right. I
Gaming
think.
file. I thought it
Gaming
was
file.
called.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you're right. So congrats, Stephen. It's a scary big deal just being supported by the
Yeah.
people that read you.
Yeah.
We know. So good luck. You know, like he's been doing it for 20 years. So fingers crossed. But he did an interview with Disney, right? So, and we know that Disney back in the day used to own LucasArts games, and they published their own games. They did their own thing, and then they stopped in 2016 and they license out their IPs, right? Star Wars to EA initially, now to everyone that wants to pitch a game. We've seen Spider-Man with the PlayStation side of things being very successful. And they talked a little bit, they didn't specifically talk about the rumors around Disney buying EA or anything of that nature. But they talked a little bit about Indiana Jones, right?
We've got some early beta gameplay playing right now for this game.
That is not early beta.
This is Indiana Jones running on an Xbox.
Oh my
Yeah.
lord.
Is it Atlantis?
Looks like Xbox graphics.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you can even
Xbox
here's
Series X graphics.
you get the Xbox. Oh shit! Ignore that. Oh damn.
Yeah. But they talked about the exclusivity, right? And it was renegotiated. So on the subject of Blade and blah 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 blah, we know from the court case that it wasn't. And then Microsoft were like, "Hey, yeah, we're buying ZeniMax now, and can we just scratch off those platforms and just develop it on
And
ours
put it on
and
Game
put it on
Pass."
Game Pass?" And yeah, they said Xbox still being one of the bigger marketplaces for games, we didn't feel like we were going to be overly exclusionary. Like, I'm sure going into that room, you'd be like, come on, let's have an exclusive. So yeah, like, I wonder how relevant indie's going to be. Like, for my age group, sure, fine. But like for youngins, like Nathan Drake is their Indiana Jones nowadays. You know what I mean? But I'd still want to play it.
You mean?
But
Tom
yeah,
Holland.
it speaks to me that they probably, Blade's probably exclusive. People like, stop worrying about it. I mean, it is, right? It is.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, I think when he uses verbiage like, we don't think it would be overly exclusionary, you don't have a problem with it being on the Xbox platform and PC. And I think they look at that, that's fine. Obviously, we know money, finances are exchanged for this type of deal. And we have precedent. We have a precedent. The precedent is we are privy through the FTC trial, CMA, all that stuff. We were privy to the Indiana Jones contractual situation and how Microsoft moved. And Microsoft had no problem erasing PlayStation away from that, making that exclusive. We see Microsoft had no problem doing that with Starfield, Redfall, and the like. The only times we've seen examples of not is if it's what I consider like a legacy title, like a Minecraft or a Call of Duty, where financially just doesn't make that sense. So I don't see it. Like, if this was Blade MMO, maybe, but I don't see this situation where it is going to be not exclusive to the Xbox platform. And the last thing I heard is that when Microsoft acquiring these publishers, a lot of the transitionary process is to allow the marketing to still be controlled by that publisher, not to be overly inclusive in that regard. And we see that, if you try to, I mean, XboxEra and Lords Gaming know, like, if you try to reach out to Bethesda specifically, through Microsoft will send you through Bethesda's marketing team. So they're still in control of that. They still have that, operating. They have to, obviously, now Matt Booty is going to be over them, but they still have a bit of control of the way they handle things. And I think that's part of one of the reasons why these companies do end up signing with Microsoft. They don't want them to be completely,
please erase our culture.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's the trade-off that Microsoft is willing to do in this acquisition of a publisher.
And even then, it ended at when Phil literally just said, everything I'm changing it. Everything they do now, new IP or sequel, is exclusive to Xbox, which we found out in the court case.
Yes.
But as we alluded to last week on this topic, and I'm trying to frame this in the right way as to not sound disrespectful. Now, Disney obviously have no issue with exclusivity, as we know from Spider-Man and Wolverine.
Yes.
But Xbox is a smaller platform than PlayStation. So these games do stand to obviously not sell as well as Spider-Man does, or as probably Wolverine most likely will. Having said that, as you said, John, Indie's not the IP it once was in the 80s and the 90s. Yep. Blade, as much as we adore Blade, it's not Wolverine, it's not Spider-Man, Blade's not Iron Man, Blade's not Black Panther.
Fair.
So it makes sense that Xbox got given those crumbs, were thrown a bone in Indie and Blade. So it makes sense to me. Where had Xbox come for, say, to me, the true test would be, what if Xbox came for Hulk?
Right.
And said, look, Hulk has an affinity with Xbox. Can we get the next Hulk game or something like that?
Good point.
If they're gonna pay for all of it, like, that's the main thing. Like, Disney's fine if we're just gonna make a bunch of money, we don't have to do anything, and we can just make sure it's not bad. I don't think they really care. They gave Marvel Ultimate Alliance to Switch. You get a lot on Switch, but again, you don't get PC. With Spider-Man 2, you get a lot at beginning, but you got to wait to get it on PC. Like, they still, like, PC is the biggest one in the long run for most of them, and you don't get that with Nintendo, but they still gave it to them because, and that's every freaking IP, because they had a good pitch and because they paid for it all. Like, if you're gonna take on all the financial burden and they're just making money for a little bit of oversight, I don't think it's nearly as big a thing for them. Like they gave Captain America and Black Panther to Skydance, a brand new Skydance studio, not even one that exists. And it's multi-plat, but I mean, it's still Captain America and Black Panther. Like they're okay if your pitch is good, and that's the first thing they brought up really with Blade, is it was a killer pitch.
Yeah, so how do you think Wolverine went down then? So you're saying Xbox wasn't willing to pay up for Wolverine?
No, there's a difference with Insomniac being behind Sony Pictures, and Sony Pictures being one of the only companies on Earth that can grab Disney by the ghoulies and say, "Hey."
But that's only on Spider-Man. That's only on Spider-Man.
But if they've got a good pitch for Wolverine,
success.
Yeah,
the success. Yeah.
Again, they had a good pitch. That's it. It's not like if we have a story that comes out where Microsoft had a great Wolverine pitch and got turned down, that's something. But like you have to have, Phil says it all the time, the teams have to want to do it and have a good pitch to do it, because it's going to be a lot of money. It's working with an IP you don't own, so you've got to work out a deal for Game Pass instead of it just being there. Like it's very complicated when you're working with someone else's IP, which is why they bought a bunch of IP. Like they weren't just buying studios, they were also buying those IP that are so iconic and everything. Like it's the thing now, is owning the IP instead of licensing.
Yeah, it's a good point, because I think to your point, Jesse, I don't know if you guys saw Pete Hines tweet after the Blade announcement. He really thanked Dinga, and he said, "Hey guys, you don't know the pitch. I was there. Like, this game's going to be amazing," because he said they really sold it to Marvel exec, and you could see Dinga. It was really personal for him. Like he talked about his background and how he's from mixed parents and how he relates to the character, and then obviously it's going to be in French, France and stuff. So yeah, I think it is the pitch. I think in that respect, and as far as the Wolverine thing, I probably think it's a combination of what John said, where it's like the success that Spider-Man had already, and seeing that they did a good job with Insomniac, and then them coming with a pitch for Wolverine and trying to make a connected universe is probably what accelerated or at least helped.
Because they've dropped a bunch of hints for a different Marvel IP within the Spider-Man 2 city, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. I also think by the very nature of Insomniac's very clearly well-developed engine that exists, they can iterate on it very quickly, judging by the development timelines, right? They are quick. It's obviously a great engine for them to work with to get a third-person action adventure game over the line in probably a very short space of time. And I bet we'll see Wolverine sooner than you'd think, because Insomniac seem to be very, very efficient at
Wolverine takes a trip to New York.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
That would be funny.
The only thing I would say is, I do wonder how unique Wolverine will end up being, right?
That because leaked of that image iteration. Scared me. It's way too close camera wise. It has to be third person.
Very close.
It needs to be pulled out. He's super fast. He spins. He chops up. Like, if it's God of War camera,
and that's what
I'm
worries
curious.
me.
Yeah.
When I saw that very God of War. Well, I mean, let's move into that topic now.
Yeah.
In more, because since we're talking about comic book games and Insomniac, so Insomniac was held to ransom. They were hacked basically, and
Insomniac.
Man, but I felt for them, man. Like passport scans, and like, come on, man. Like,
that's brutal.
It's one thing to go for the game screenshots and all that, but to go for like employee passports and stuff like that, that's a bit. Jesus, like, come on.
Shitty people trying to make money in a horrible way.
Yeah. That's just, They haven't resolved that, have they? As of this moment.
John hasn't resolved how to keep himself unmuted.
I don't think there's any public information about it at the moment in terms of resolution or anything of that nature.
You never want to see shit like that.
No,
it's awful.
Very stressful for the team.
Oh, that's what I mean. Like, so again, not about the screenshots. Well, game screenshots get leaked all the time. I've got folders full of them. Like, for me, it's the personal stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
there's also an element of the 9 times out of 10, these kind of hacks are done via social phishing and manipulation.
Yeah.
So there's someone likely, and again, this is just conjecture for me, so I'm not saying anything factual here, but it's likely someone human made a human mistake and let them in through the front door to be able to go and do what they did. And then there's the investigation of it and how did that happen and yada yada yada. It's rough. It's very, very rough, and it's particularly for that person that ends up, through forensic investigation, which there will be one. Yeah, that's
it can be something as simple as you open an email that's got a bad image or a bad file on it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't set off any antivirus alarms or anything, because it's just there to try and get a session key from your work login. And if it has that session key and you don't have the proper, it kicks you out after a little bit of time. Then you can just stay logged in for a very long time. You might only need a few hours to download everything you can get your hands on based on what that employee has access to. So there's a lot of nefarious and horrible means. And InfoSec is a humongous industry because it is so hard to stop people.
Yep. Very sophisticated phishing tactics. Everything you said is on point. That it's really hard. You got to be careful. You have to be careful because it could happen that easily.
The 900 emails a day I get about my Amazon account being shut down.
Oh my God.
I wake up to text messages. Saying your delivery didn't make it. Click this link.
Click this link. And
just need a couple of people to get a couple grand off them in your...
I've got a Steam account that I keep getting emails on saying, hey, this login from China is sure suspect. Are you in China right now? And I'm like, no. And honest to God, I've changed that password on Steam 5 times, and it's within 2 weeks someone's found it again. And I'm like, this is a new PC. I haven't got any weird stuff on here. Like, there's no way. Like, it's just brute force to some degree. Now, fortunately, it's not my actual Steam account, so I don't give it. There's no cards on it. There's no personal identifiable information. It's just a random Steam account.
It's your adult hentai VR account. We all know that.
Yeah, that's the one. How did you know? Did you know?
Man,
we all know.
I need a Quest 3
to losing my Steam account. These guys were. I mean, I was less knowledgeable back then too, but
you're not very knowledgeable.
Almost all the way. I was in a chat session with who I thought was like support and stuff, and man, it got then something just felt off.
Your red flag went off. Luckily,
something just felt off, and at the last second, he was like, "Yep. So what's the password?" And I was like, "Oh, something feels off here." I'm like, "Hold on a second." I'm like, something feels so fishy about this, and I quickly jumped into this other Discord with some mates and stuff. I'm like, I explained the whole situation. They're like, end that chat now. They're like, end it now. So I was like, anyway, I don't want to do this. See you later.
I had to run through that with my wife. She got a phone call from some random guy who just started yelling at her that he was from the sheriff's department and that she had a warrant out for arrest, but she had to pay a fine to his PayPal. And he was so forceful and angry that she like broke down and she was crying, and she called me. He's like, should I do it? And I was like, no, hang up immediately. She's like, no, I don't want to get arrested. I'm like, no, just hang up immediately. And then I had to call the sheriff's department and have them explain that, yes, this is a scam that they keep running into with people lately, because they'll just look up a sheriff's name online. They looked up a local sheriff's name. They said, I'm this guy. They can spoof phone numbers easy because phone companies don't care. And so
it's nuts.
Sucks.
The most fun one I had, my dad, he kept getting calls from somewhere out in India trying to be. You see the YouTube videos, right, where they hack them back, and they're really fun to watch.
Those are good. Those are good. I watch those.
And this guy was like, my dad used to work for IBM back in the day, right? It's how I got into PCs.
Nice.
And he was like, they were like, oh, so on your Apple, and he was like, this is a scam because I don't have an Apple. And he just played along. He was like, oh, okay, okay, I'll click this. Okay, if you click that, and he kept going through, and he kept them on the line just to waste their time. And when they realized, man, he said, I wish I'd recorded the call. They got violent, and threatening. They're like, we know where you live. We're gonna come here. So my dad reported it to police and everything, but man, these people are the lowest of the low, aren't they?
We're gonna fly 15,000 miles to your house because we're so
just to.
We were trying to get $100 from you. We'll spend $3,000 to get
so. Back on topic, we saw the leaked screenshots of Wolverine. What did we think?
Too close to the camera.
It is, isn't it? That camera is very close.
Very close.
It concerns me. Like, again, I understand, like Cog said earlier, you guys are very one note now. Like everything, like you don't have to just have the camera right up over his shoulder and just because that's
Spider-Man's really far back most of the time. That was very Horizon and God of War.
Mm-hmm.
More God of War.
But again, maybe I've got that bias towards X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Who doesn't
love that game?
Which was just a straight up God of War clone. So the camera was right back because to focus on the action and taking on multiple enemies at once. And I don't know, like I don't want them to.
You don't want it. You don't want that style, like that perspective.
Not for Wolverine.
He's super quick, and him getting around a lot. It needs to be further back. Like,
Gotcha.
Because
you feel like it's going to be. This is going to give you a slow plotting kind of a God of War feel, as opposed to the agility and the speed of the character that we know that he has.
What if they're going like a Logan type, like old man Wolverine?
And that's what I was worried about.
Get all serious with the narrative, ring up Naughty Dog and be like, "Yo, can you make this really miserable for us? And can he die at the end? Do something like that."
I mean, it is very sad that. Let me stop.
but
I mean, look, if they're going for an emotional take, old man Logan, that's the play. That didn't do well in the theaters and stuff too. So
it did, yeah. It was very.
I think it did okay.
It was applauded.
Logan as a movie and then Wolverine as a video game aren't necessarily supposed to be the same thing.
Yeah.
Again, it's Insomniac. I guess we kind of need to give the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I gotta see.
X-Men Origins Wolverine was one of the few games way better than the movie it was based on. Doesn't happen often.
Oh, did you play that game, Cole?
Which one? Which one?
X-Men Origins Wolverine from Raven.
Yeah, the Raven choice. Hell yeah, those are classics. Those are classics, and then goes on into the Marvel Alliance and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, I love those games. Absolutely classics. Oh yeah.
Well, okay. Little bit of housekeeping. First of all, many thanks to all the community watching right now. The super chats keep rolling in. Please hit that like button if you're watching us live right now. We do appreciate it. Let's tackle a couple of super chats, and then we need to have a minute's silence. But yeah, go on. What have we got on the super chat front?
Is there more? I thought we got to. There was one more. There was one more from my buddy Jason. Two of my favorite in the realm. Keep it up, boys.
Salute, Jason.
Now, we need to take a moment because it's finally over. It's finally happened.
Dead. Xbox
E3.
dead.
I'm sad. I'm genuinely sad. Like it was always.
So am I.
Ever since I was a kid. Ever since seeing the Halo 2 E3 2003 demo. To go to an E3 and be in the room with yeah, I know. And yeah, they finally announced it. It's not coming back. Yeah. Summer Games Fest for the rest of our lives.
I know.
End of an era,
the Summer Games Fest and the Wrap It Ups.
Yeah.
End of an era, boys.
That's all we're getting.
The saving grace is that Xbox is so big that they will essentially just carry
be E3.
They'll be it throughout the year, really, because they can't fit everything into June anymore. They cannot.
Yeah,
we keep saying it. Just buy Sega, and then you have your own E3 week. So you start with the Xbox showcase. 2 days later, Bethesda. 2 days later, Activision. 2 days later, Sega. And E3's back.
There it is.
E3's back, baby.
I mean, Activision could be his own too, right? You got all of that, right? You got
Blizzard just by itself, separate show, mate. E3's back.
Yeah,
that's how you got to do it.
Man, this was tough. Everything I owe to E3. I mean, so much. I remember when I wasn't a content creator, and I remember first people I met was like Tim Dog and Megatron and a couple of the guys, and my access to it. The only way I was able to finagle and go was because I found out about Xbox Fan Fest, and the talk at the time was, "Hey, if you get there, you'll be able." My whole dream was just I want to be there for the showcase.
Yeah,
when Phil comes out on stage and they announce or whoever. That's what I just wanted to be in that crowd for that. So when I found out about the the Xbox Fan Fest. And I'm like, all right, cool. So we get there and we literally spend the night in a mall sleeping on the floor just for the hope of getting into this. And the next day, all the executives come out. At the time, Major Nelson, Phil Spencer, I think Bill Stillwell, a couple other people, and they were like, you guys are our core fans. We're going to take care of you. And they fed us. And then after that, they took us to the old what's it? I think it was the USC campus, and then the theater. And man, it was magical. And then at that time, you know, the bonus was like, oh, you can go to E3. As a result, he makes the announcement. So not only do we get the showcase, we go to E3, and the place erupted, and so many friendships. Cool. Oh, it was so cool. So yeah, if you've never been, it was one of those things. It was the mecca of video games. You know, you had the booths, the devs, the showcases, the behind the scene, the media access. Then you had any luminary walking the street, you could just see any developer all in the same space. Magical stuff. It will be definitely missed. And to your point, John, yeah, I'm a little nervous that one person now is in control. You know, especially after the Game Awards situation, and we understand how popular the entertainment of video games is, but we want to get back to the essence of celebrating the developers and video games themselves. So
you say he's in control. I mean, I don't think just going, and that was Xbox's showcase. Wasn't it cool, everyone? Hashtag Summer Game Fest. That doesn't mean it was part of your show, Jeff. All right? It doesn't mean that you helped in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying. But yeah, it's
but we need to change the name. Can't call it the Game Awards. We've got to call it the Wrap It Ups.
The Wrap It Ups.
You got to call it the Wrap It Ups. The Wrap It Ups is a much better name.
Yeah, they got
all the keys.
A lot of people were not happy with that. Yep.
Cog, you been to Gamescom?
I have not. I was supposed to go. I almost should have went this year. It just didn't work out schedule-wise. I am going to get that done. I'm going to Gamescom. I just got to figure out.
We're working on that. So broadly speaking, sometime in January, maybe February, we're going to start putting the bones of that together. We're going to try and get as many of the Xbox Era team out there as we can. Certainly the three faces from this show, but certainly broader invite to especially the European folks, but anyone that we can get out there. Also do some form of community meetup and definitely do something like a live podcast there. I loved it. I've learned a lot from the time I did go, but interestingly, the Fan Fest now, like they're not overly keen, to my knowledge, of if you're in media going, because it is meant to be for fans. We get enough access as it is, you know. So, and I do agree to a certain degree. Yeah, but it's also very cool to kind of get in that small area and just have it just full for just this group, you know. Yeah, looking forward to it, man. It'd be cool if you could get out there. You know,
I get out there. We definitely got to link.
It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. I need to
make it happen. Make it happen.
I'm trying. They're pushing me for Tokyo Game Show. There's a battle going on with the Lord, so we got to see. They really want it. I know King and Addict's been pushing, so I got to speak to Solve, the Iron Bank, and see what's capable. Yeah. So that's where we at right now. We got to see what's in the budget. If Solve says it's a go, it's a go. If not, then we got to pick one of them.
See, Japan would be easier for me. Because Japan's a lot closer to me than Europe is. Yeah, so Japan would be cheaper.
Pretty
for me
far
too.
for John.
Quite far for me. But it'd be an experience, you know. Like I don't mind long flights. But you know, Nick's trying to time it anyway so that he's around Europe.
We might be going to Greece next year around that time. So I'm like, maybe I'll try and work something out where I'll just do a stopover in Germany for a couple of days.
It'd be very cool if we could pull
and then back
off.
to Greece.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It'd be good fun. But yeah, E3 is dead. So it's very sad, and I am genuinely like, let's pour one out for E3. It was a shame it couldn't be brought back to life in its normal way. What else? I'm going to go through a couple of quick ones right now.
Couple of quick super chats. Super chats.
More.
Yeah. Don Johnston with the super chat. I don't know about you guys. I still can't stop thinking about GTA. Ever since I ran down that old lady by accident, I've been chasing that feeling.
I know it. Good one. I mean, oh wow, what a weird thing.
Bucky. Well, we know who this is. Shout out.
Yeah.
Shout out Shout out to John for helping me import my Steam Deck LCD. Figured out how to import a Steam Deck OLED. Don't need you anymore, John.
Oh, fuck you.
Xbox Play now available on Steam to stream your Xbox console and xCloud.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Okay, quick news. Major Nelson has landed a job as an advisor with Midwest Games.
Midwest.
Who
are Midwest?
They're a publisher, so they're very small.
Can you imagine if Microsoft bought them?
Yeah, mate, should be like.
I dragged back in.
I did have a brief DM with Major Nelson and see if we could get him on the show, and he said he'd be up for it, but he's taking a break from podcasting for a while.
How long ago was that?
I want to say within the week of him announcing he was leaving Xbox. So what was that?
John had no tact. Immediately DM'd him.
Yeah, he was ready.
Yeah, I was straight in there. But yeah, maybe we annoy him again. It'd be good to get him on, and he's been around the block. You know what I mean? But it's a shame as well because he's hosted the official Xbox podcast for such a very long time.
Long time.
We've got Jeff Rubenstein and the others doing the show instead, and they're going strength to strength. What else? Starfield had a little tease. I think this was on Reddit. They teased that, hey, it was a small update. I think they released earlier this week, a couple of one-liners. But they just mentioned on Reddit, hard on work on very, very many of the issues you posted. Expect an update early next year, which will include a large number of in-progress features. We're also hard at work on many new features you asked for, from city maps, mod support, to all new ways of traveling. Now, I've seen people leap at various things from, ground vehicles to get around like a Mako, Mass Effect style, drive around in a buggy, to flying your ships from planet to planet and, stopping those loading screens. And I'm just like, okay.
Calm down. We got to calm down. We got to relax.
I just like, have you ever played Elite Dangerous?
Yeah.
That's you ever done the whole flying to a planet and land? It takes like 15 minutes sometimes, and it's really boring.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that in Starfield. Okay. I'm just saying.
What about planet? What about planet when you actually on the planet? Like
like traveling around in a buggy.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, like that was cool to do in Elite. It could be cool to do in, especially if it, different gravitational things affect the buggy, and you can do jumps, and maybe it's got thrusters on it or something. But yeah, Bethesda games are always very well supported from now and into the future, right? So, but it's cool that they are listening and adapting and making their changes. I expect Starfield to be a very different game in 2 years than to what it was at launch.
Yeah.
But,
man.
Going out on a limb there.
Well, I'm excited because look, I know Starfield is a hot button topic these days. I personally love the game. I even with it's some
just remember you have to throw a qualifier in though. You can't say you like
That's
it
true.
without being
you
negative.
Can't say you
too.
like it. Yeah, without being negative. You're absolutely right. I love the game. I like the fact that they're going to support it. I didn't expect them to mention traversal, honestly, until maybe an expansion like Shattered Space or anything. So the fact that they already talking about it is encouraging to me. And one of my snafus would just be about the the traversal as far as like the UI, especially the star map kind of thing. I feel it's a little clunky, so I don't know if they want to do anything there. I would never be opposed to traveling on the planet, as opposed to using my boost pack all the time to get everywhere all the time, that. And a little bit with when you go to the big cities like Aquila City and New Atlantis and being able, to maybe have waypoints on going specific places. I don't know if they want to go that direction, but anything in that realm is actually welcome. So I'm liking that they're doing that. I think now hopefully they get into a cadence. That's what they said every 6 weeks, John. They're looking at, that's exciting to me. It's a world to be lived in. It's a world to continue to be playing on. I love the main story. I think it's one of their best main stories in a Bethesda game, including Skyrim. And I can't wait to see where shared space goes. If those ended it, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Like House Varun is something I want to know about. There's a ton of stuff they can do. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
I loved the stories that came out. I think it was this week or late last week about someone who completed the game 32 times and they walked in on childlike versions of themselves in the universe, and also themselves, like their own characters standing there like, hey, it's me. Like,
bro, again, they don't get enough credit for even the unique way of implementing New Game Plus. Yeah. I've never seen New Game Plus implemented like that. Like, there's a lot of things there that I'm just excited, man. That's going to be played for a while. And I know some people want to, always nitpick about the game, but you can't deny the commercial success of this game and how it did resonate.
But its numbers are dropping, bro.
Oh, you mean a single-player game that's not live service? You mean a single-player game that was in the top 10 of Xbox, next to Call of Duty, next to all the heavy hit? People killed me with that one. That one is hilarious.
Did you see the Destin clip?
Yeah.
I was being sarcastic.
I know. Yeah.
Bless him. Poor Destin. Oh dear. Yeah, crack me up. Okay, this one's cool. This was a cool news story, and if you haven't heard about this and you're a big fan of horror games, go on.
No,
Sorry,
wait.
Go on.
Since we were already talking about Starfield and Bethesda, we may as well switch to the Fallout 4.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Come on, mate. Come on.
Good idea from Nick for a change. Wow.
I know, I'm blown away. He's on the ball. While we're on the subject of Bethesda and Starfield, they did post an update about Fallout 4's next gen update. It's going to take a little while longer to cook. Early 2020.
Bloody Series S.
It's why Factions was cancelled too. We didn't even mention that.
Yeah, I know. Bloody Series S.
That's why Last of Us Factions was cancelled. Right.
Yes. Series S held it back.
Messy.
You know how they hacked Insomniac? They used a Series S at that studio by the
Series S. They put the Series S in dev mode. They put it in dev mode and used the Edge browser to get in the back end.
Well, no, they were going to emulate Wolverine, X-Men Origins Wolverine, so they would try to download. Yep.
Yeah.
Get some ideas, and then next thing you know.
Wrap it up.
That's it. Series S.
Okay, good. Thank you, Nick, for that call out on more Bethesda news. But yeah, Fallout 4 fans, look forward to next year for a next gen version. But this is a cool story. I really liked reading this. Like, I'm not a horror fan. We know this, right? I'm the wuss of the team.
You're a giant bitch.
I am, absolutely. But we obviously saw the 35, 40-minute homage to Jeff Keighley's love of Kojima on the.
Thank God he got so much time on stage so that they couldn't do any, long.
Yeah.
Get Baldur's Gate off the stage while they're talking about their, colleague who passed away. We got to get Kojima out of this friggin' his 15 minutes.
It was
the wrap-it-ups.
But regardless, the trailer for OD was certainly interesting, unique, graphically mind-blowing, considering that those were metahuman.
I still can't believe that was. I thought that was just video. I did not know that was metahuman Unreal Engine stuff. I just thought that was people.
Scary tech.
Why are you showing us people, dude?
Some fans took a little deeper look at the trailer.
Oh, man.
Kier's mouth, they found some letters.
Yes.
Right? And some words. ATAMI. Each letter in each singular frame in the mouth of Udo Kier. And it is a city in Japan, and the kanji that make up that city's
Silent Hill or something.
It basically translates to silent and hill, right? Yeah. And now, obviously, when they showed it off, you had the door from PT, right? I think it's fair to say that this is Kojima trying to do what he wanted to do with PT.
Oh, I hope so.
Exclusively on Xbox.
Yeah.
Like, this is the side of Kojima I love. This is the side. Like, PT, I remember watching everyone. I was on the Reddit threads, and I don't know if it was Resetera or NeoGaf, I don't remember which one. And everyone, like, analyzing PT and saying, oh, look at the clue here. Look at us. That's the side I love.
Same.
So when I saw everyone doing the same thing to the OD trailer, I'm like, this is what I'm here for. This is the stuff I love to see.
Oh, they played a rap.
Why are you repping me up? You guys were talking so much shit. You guys were talking so much shit earlier and going on about everything, and you wrapped me up on this. This is actually something interesting.
Killing wild disrespectful. That beat go hard, though. I want.
This was more me wrapping up Kojima.
Yo. You gotta let Nick was cooking, man. Okay, Nick, you was cooking.
I'm telling you, if this ends up just being Kojima fulfilling PT the way he wanted to, oh my god.
Jeez, I'm with you.
That was fun as hell.
PT was just the best.
So good.
I waited long time.
It was so good.
I waited.
Yeah, it was good. Well timed, mate. Well timed.
Very well done.
And at first, when I was first playing PT, I'm like, oh, why is this looping?
I'm like, what's wrong with this?
Why is it just looping? And then when you realize what's going on, and you're like, oh, this is great. This is so good.
I got so much. I'm sorry, please continue.
No, go.
No, I got so much value from my it was on the download from the PS4. Then there was a period where they blocked it, or it was no longer available for download. So I remember getting the PS4 Pro, and a friend of mine was wanted to get a PlayStation. Like, oh, I'll sell you mine or whatever. And his wife was a huge Kojima fan. She was like, by any chances, do you have PT on it? And I'm like, yeah. So I was able to get a little extra from it because she was like, oh my god, like you don't have no idea how valuable this is that you still have it on the hard drive. But yeah, it was so good. The minute I saw him come out that door, I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. And then what was the comment? An Avengers level, of directors and people involvement. So we know Jordan Peele, we know that. Look, I'm not going to say I'm the biggest Kojima fan, but like Nick, I have to agree. Like when he's in that pocket with how PT was, I think that's really cool. And let's be real, as much as we're joking, Jesse, about the whole how much time was spent and there was no wrap it up for Kojima, this is genius marketing by Xbox. Because they know they're going to get all the screen time, all the marketing, the promotion, and the fact that it was, labeled an Xbox game on that stage. Oh, Jeff, every year we're going to hear about OD. We're going to hear what's going on. Yeah. This is perfect. It was one of those things that Xbox market said, okay, we see what happened with Death Stranding. We know the relationship here. Let's put this money out towards this. Man, I'm telling you right now, that was a chess move by Xbox marketing.
It was good. And I love that Jordan Peele's involved. Like he's made some incredible movies. Like I really loved Get Out. I know some people didn't like Nope, but I thought it was very cool. Like it's such a unique.
I was 50-50 on it.
Genre.
I was
50-50 on it. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. But and to see what other horror directors come to the fore here, and I wonder if it's going to be like an anthology. So you'll have Kojima's PT-esque door, the finishing of that story.
Even episodes.
But then like the next episode is just different characters, different scenario, different horror.
Like a Black
and each one is different, directed by those directors.
Okay with that. I'd be okay with that. Episodes on Game Pass. That could be the game that creates that
playable
Netflix
on the cloud
style. Yeah, so this month we're gonna have episode 1. Next month, come back for episode 2. They go, that could work, man.
I will say, as wacky as Kojima is sometimes, I do feel that he will utilize cloud tech in a unique way than any other developer. There were signs of it with Death Stranding, with the connected thing, but I think he has a vision. Because remember, he was supposed to have a deal with Stadia before they folded. There was like a game that they had in place. So he's got
allegedly this was it.
Right. So he's got something cooking that I think he will utilize the tech in a unique way. And we have to give him this. Like you guys said about, I thought that was video in the beginning. I didn't realize that was UE5 on that level. We have to give him that his games graphically do push the culture forward. Even from, I remember playing Metal Gear Solid 2, the one on the demo that was on the boat for PlayStation.
Yes.
That game at its time was phenomenally graphically. Like, so that's the thing I want to see from Xbox, them being able to push the graphical fidelity and also see what he could do uniquely with cloud. So low-key, I am excited for OD. And obviously,
you know what I reckon he'll do?
What you think?
Because this is, to me, especially after playing Metal Gear Solid 1, I reckon there'll be terms and conditions at the start of this game, and everyone's just going to speed through them.
Mm-hmm.
But what those terms and conditions will probably say, and this is speculating based on like how Kojima works with his games. Again, think back to Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
So his game will obviously have access to your Microsoft account, right? The Microsoft account for most of us probably has A, an email address, and B, a phone number.
Uh-oh.
What are the odds that this game accesses that info and all of a sudden you get a text message from your phone while you're playing and it goes all fourth wall, you get an I'm telling you, he'll do something like that.
He is fourth wall. What is it? Did he have something where you had to turn something off and one
Yeah, in Metal Gear Solid, he took control of he read your memory card or something, and then it shut down you had to play your controller into player
through port 2. You had to get past
Yes.
He'll do something like that.
He wanted to have a game. He wanted to make a game that was on a disc that if you died in the game, the disc became unreadable and you couldn't use it anymore. You had to rebuy the game if you want to play again.
Yeah.
Oh, he wild.
Yeah, can you imagine if he did that?
Not this day and age.
No way. Sorry, you've lost access to your digital copy of this game. You died. What?
He wanted to make an NFT, essentially.
Yeah. Could you imagine, though? It reads your Microsoft account and just somehow infuses that into the game, and your phone gets a text message, and you're just like, what are you doing standing there? And they're like, what do you mean?
You better be worried about the terms and conditions on personal identified information. Better be worried about that. I love them.
It's a different world now. It's a different world
right now.
Man. I hope it's just like PT. Oh,
yeah, me too.
I'll be so wrapped.
But there you go. Hijima. OD, very cool. Last couple of bits, really. Minecraft is finally on par with the PlayStation 5 version of the game, as the preview build on Xbox now runs at 4K. Now that the FTC trials.
No.
Go on, what's curious?
Well, how long have we complained? And people said, why isn't Minecraft in 4K on Xbox?
Ever since it became 4K on PS4 Pro. That's how long I've been complaining.
Now, what just came out recently? That's
Lego
kind of similar. Lego Fortnite.
Lego Fortnite.
I wonder if Lego Fortnite started to cut someone's lunch a little bit.
No. Lego Fortnite is Valheim. Lego Fortnite is not Minecraft. Minecraft is a very specific type of survival
Minecraft
game.
Survival mode.
It is not.
It's very popular with the kids right now.
But it's not
My
Minecraft.
son has
Very
switched from
popular.
Minecraft to Lego Fortnite, and he's now playing other bits of Fortnite. He didn't want to touch Fortnite before. It is making
Son's
a
a sheep.
difference to the younger.
Disappointed.
Yeah, he is. Maybe he is, but he's loving
All
it.
of a sudden, all these years, and suddenly now 4K is just appearing out of nowhere. This thing we've been asking for how long?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Yeah, I do find the timing a bit like, okay.
That's a bit fishy.
Maybe we'll see that ray tracing on Xbox super duper graphics update.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
You know what I mean? Come on, lads. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
That? Oh, yeah.
What else? Last three. So very quickly, Epic, in their quest to take everyone to court about where they can sell Fortnite, apparently won. The jury decided that Google does have an illegal monopoly in app stores.
Because of how it's more because of how they behaved, which is why it didn't hit Apple in the same way, because they were doing back alley deals to very much keep what they had going. And Apple's too full of themselves to ever do anything like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know what that's going to actually mean in the long run. Like, okay, now what?
Microsoft will try and use this as a way in.
What it should mean is you can put your own store onto this ecosystem. You don't have to go through the Google Play Store, which is what Google was so desperately trying to stop because they want their 30%.
Yeah, it's that cut.
It's that thing with the EU. And this is coming from America for a change, but the EU, I think, is eventually going to do away with walled garden ecosystems, and it's what Microsoft has been setting themselves up for by just already opening up. Obviously, the Windows Store wasn't big, but they've opened it up already. You can get everything because they think this is where it's going to go, and it's what Apple and Google have been fighting so hard to stop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like we've seen, Microsoft reach out across a number of devices, and in fact, Game Pass has just come out in beta on Quest,
Yes.
which looks really cool.
Oh, I
right?
see the quest. I see it. Look at
There it
you.
is.
That's it. There it is.
Winking at us from the shelf.
I got sent one
Which I
from
believe
Meta
Cog
for
may have been
reviewing-
somewhat involved in.
Oh, yeah. That definitely was part of the
Talk to us
test.
about it.
Yeah, it was definitely part of the testing process. This is before the Quest 3. Right around the time the Quest Pro launch, I was part of the project for, internally they call it dogfooting, which is really deep testing of the product in its earliest phase. And at that time, I was blown away because I said, look, I've streamed before. I'm going to use this headset. I'm going to pretty much resize the screen in my living room and kind of make it the ideal setting, right? And push it. I wanted to push the tech. So my whole thing is, what's the good game to test? Halo multiplayer. Because again, latency, lag, input, response timing. So I got my Xbox controller and I was blown away with the performance and the low latency. I'm doing now, granted, yes, I'm ideally in my house. I have a high fiber connection, but I was still blown away that I was playing a game that requires that level of precision and latency with multiplayer. And I forgot now I was actually playing this on the cloud. So that's what I said, wow, this is on Quest 2 and Quest Pro tech. The 3 wasn't even out at that point. And I'm like, they have one. And again, it's about getting it into a market, Game Pass into a market where people will normally not play Xbox. And to have this in the VR scene, to have that subscription service and all of those games available in the service, this is huge. And I like that they're thinking about, Xbox is smart in the way they're thinking about things, getting this service on multiple devices. No matter where you are, you can still access this. So yeah, back then I was excited. I've obviously haven't got a chance to really go in depth since the Quest 3 like Jesse has, but from all accounts and purposes, from people I speak to, they're like, look, man, this is impressive. I am really impressed to see what it is at this current state right now.
If you've got good home Wi-Fi, especially if you've got Wi-Fi 6 or 6E, because there's obviously there's no way to wire that in, so it's not like you can, because that's what a big thing normally for cloud and latency. But if you've got Wi-Fi 6 or 6E, I have 6 on my freaking hotspot and it still worked pretty well.
Nice.
So yeah,
nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, well, my brother's been using it and he reckons it's great. He reckons it works really, really well.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued. I need a Quest 3 in my life. Like,
you gotta get it, man. You get that pack in, you get that Zora's Wrath. Come on now.
Whoa, Labara X just gifting 10 Xbox Era memberships.
Thanks,
the membership army, the Xbox Era army increases tenfold. I love it. Thank you
I
very
don't have a way
much.
to show that, unfortunately.
Yeah, but thank you, Labara X. What a ledge. It's interesting though, because we've seen this now. And I mean, I'm gonna let me make sure I deliver this line in a suitably sarcastic way. Is this just more evidence that Microsoft is going third party?
Oh no!
We doing
Have
it.
you seen this?
Oh, no.
Have you seen this doing the
Yeah, I
rounds
went
on
on that.
Twitter?
You know
Go look
why
at the-
this gained steam.
Go look at the XboxEra Discord. You'll see a lot of stupid takes on this.
Oh no! Well, our
You know
public
why.
Discord.
Private Discord, public Discord, okay.
Oh man.
Rand with the
Man,
super
my
chat.
God.
My man, Lord Beefy.
That's
Nick,
my dude.
can you tell Jesse and John how you confirmed Xbox going third party earlier today?
Hey, good timing. Good timing.
Man, that's my
Oh
man.
my God. I just, okay, so I was going to post this on Twitter, but then I just couldn't be bothered dealing with what I knew was going to come afterwards. Everyone, you have to look at, so there's, all right, I'm going to go with some backstory, and don't fucking wrap me up either, Jesse. Now, there's a pattern you've got to look for, right? So, back in the old days of NeoGAF, when NeoGAF was really good, you could go to NeoGAF, and NeoGAF was very reliable for inside information and leaks and all that sort of stuff.
Crazy buttocks on a train.
Yeah. And then it took a bit of a turn, and all this stuff happened, and everyone went to the purple version. And the purple version started, the way NeoGAF finished. It was just the unofficial PlayStation forum. I mean, Sony themselves closed down their own forums because they were like, well, why the hell do we need a bloody forum for? We've got a place doing all our work for free. Now, have a look. PC left Resetera and started Meta Council. We left, started XboxEra. Nintendo left and started Family Boards. SalesEra left and started Install Base. Who didn't leave? Which community didn't leave?
The Ouya heads. Oh.
Anyone want to throw a guess at which community didn't leave Resetera?
Is it Platform X?
Do they go clip clop?
Because they didn't need to. Now, there's a pattern that has emerged since then. And it's there if you look at it. So when you see these rumors pop up, just do yourself a favor and just do a little bit of a modicum of digging.
Critical thinking.
So there's a pattern now, right? So what happens is anytime there's a bad news cycle for PlayStation or a really, really good news cycle for Xbox, all of a sudden we seem to just get these rumors appear. They just materialize suddenly out of thin air. So after Visions of Mana was shown to be coming to Xbox, and then we got Blade, all of a sudden a rumor started. Oh, Sony's going to double down on the Square exclusives.
He's like, where at?
Wasn't Phil just on stage where Square's like, no, going forward, we're going to try and put everything on Xbox?
Yeah.
Now, Factions gets cancelled. That should be big news. Huge news. All of a sudden, an insider's like, Xbox gone third party. I heard it. Xbox gone third party. What's been the talk
Are you
all day?
implying there's some counterintelligence going on there?
Oh, that's what they do. That's what Resetera and GAF do. It's all viral marketing, astroturfing, damage controlling. That's what they do because God forbid the mother company get in any kind of trouble and have people talking negative about them. They have to put the wheels in motion.
Do you think this is fueled in part by As Dusk Falls coming to PlayStation? Is this where this is initially fueled from? Because my understanding, As Dusk Falls was never published by Microsoft, right? This was just I think they had some development.
What As Dusk Falls was, it was originally a Sega game, and then Sega dropped it. And then Microsoft saved it. So it wasn't like a game that started with Xbox Game Studios Publishing. They came in and kept it going.
Yeah, it'll be a great team.
Ori came to Switch, and they own that IP. That was years ago now.
Yeah,
like
Moon asked, "Can we release this on Switch?" And they were like, "Yeah, all right."
Yeah, like we don't know those dealings in the background, but in the end, that they use that to try and say, "Well, that's evidence. That's evidence." It's all
false.
It's all.
Oh, but Tim Stewart, the CFO at Xbox, went on to some investor meeting and told them a load of fluff, like how they want to be on every screen, and
which Phil has said many times before. He'd love to have Game Pass on PlayStation and Switch. It's just they don't want to let it on there. So yes, we want to do everything, but I mean, you say those types of things to investors, you're not lying. They'd love to be on every screen they could possibly be.
No, didn't you hear Starfield's going to be on PS5 next year? Didn't you hear?
Yeah, I've seen that one today.
It's going to be next year. It's going to be on there. I mean, they've all been shitting on that game and they hate it, but they want it on PS5. They've been shitting on it for the last 6 months. But no, man, we want that game on. We want Redfall on PS5 because that game's probably going to be amazing all of a sudden. Do you see how this works, though, guys? Like, this, just when you see these things, I know Twitter now has sort of conditioned us to just look at the tweet and not click any links, not do any work, not just start doing yourselves a favor. And when you see this stuff pop up, just do a little bit of work, a little bit of legwork, and you'll see these patterns that emerge.
Oh, okay. So I shouldn't be fear mongering? I wanted to fear monger.
Yeah.
Easy engagement.
Genuine question.
Yes.
Who gives a shit? Like if Microsoft goes to
I don't.
who cares?
Oh, let's have the discussion. This is a good one.
No, come on. Let's get serious, right? It
Let's
is my
get serious.
preferred place to play from a console perspective. Majority of the time, I like all these frames that this thing produces, right? But majority of the time, yeah, for my console gaming, I like the platform, I like the ecosystem, I like the services, I love the controller. End of story. Microsoft says, hey, yeah, we're still going to make an Xbox, but we're going to release on everything. We don't care anymore.
Interesting.
Now, okay, well, how does that affect me?
You can't win list wars as easily when it comes to console
exclusives. Shit. Who gives a shit? I know
most of the internet.
To be clear, it's not going to happen, but...
Do you want to know where it comes from? Okay. So most Xbox fans, maybe I shouldn't say most because there's no way to actually officially.
This is Sega. This is Sega.
I would argue a lot of Xbox fans are ex-Sega fans. I've said it myself.
I'm a refugee. I
most
didn't have a home.
Sega fans,
they kept care of me. Continue.
Xbox felt like the natural progression to the Dreamcast.
Preach. I was homeless.
So as Sega fans, there is PTSD there because we had our favorite console go away.
Talk to him.
So in the background, that's always just there. That nagging feeling that, oh God, it's happening again. That's where even if they don't know it, that's where that's born from. It's born from, well, if Xbox does go third party, yeah, they're saying they're going to keep making Xboxes, but eventually they won't because they'll realize it costs billions and billions and billions of dollars to make consoles. And they'll think to themselves, well, why should we? If our games are everywhere, why should we spend the billions on hardware when we can let Sony bleed billions on hardware and make all the money selling our games there? Do you know what I mean? That's where people's minds would go.
Right.
And I understand that. Because if Microsoft does stop making consoles, okay, cool, I've got a PS5 anyway, or I'll end up getting a PS6. So I'll keep playing. I mean, you guys know I don't play that many Xbox games anyway. But any that I want, I'll just play them on my PS6. But then there's gonna be. Oh, how deep?
Say it. I know where you're going.
The problem is if let's take a worst case scenario and everyone's fears become a reality, and Microsoft's like, nah, we're not doing this anymore. We don't want to bleed billions on hardware. When we can make all this free money just releasing our games everywhere and having the sub.
Right.
You lose a lot. There's a lot you lose if Microsoft leaves. I would argue, and I know what everyone's going to say, it's because, XboxEra. I think of the three, Microsoft leaving would be worse for the industry than the other two. I think. Yeah, I personally think. And I can you guys know me. I'll back up my stuff with explanations. What is Nintendo's strength?
Unique hardware and very, very strong IP.
You don't think it's the games?
Games that cater to
it's the games more so than anything else,
and history. A lot of history.
What's PlayStation's biggest strength? It's probably their tentpole exclusives.
Yeah.
What's
PlayStation?
Microsoft's strength?
Honestly, I think PlayStation's biggest strength is being the default platform that people think of when it comes to consoles.
The video games. Yeah, they're a global brand. They're a global brand.
Their strength. That's a market thing. I'm talking about their strength, what they do, what PlayStation does. Right now, it would be those exclusives.
Exclusive games.
It's their games, right? More so than anything else. It's definitely not their hardware design.
Right.
What's Xbox's strength?
It's platform and ecosystem.
Platform ecosystem. Network.
Hardware.
Yeah.
That's right. Innovation. I would argue innovation is one of the values.
Absolutely.
So if you lose Microsoft, you lose that strength.
Right.
Where in a hypothetical world where Nintendo suddenly decided we're not going to make hardware, technically those games don't have to go away, do they?
No, that's
They
true.
could just turn around and go, you know what? We'll put Mario on Xbox and PlayStation and they'll look even better and they'll run even better. We can put Zelda on there. It's not like the Switch was needed for Zelda to exist. That game can still exist wherever. if PlayStation decided we can't do this anymore, we're going to take our consoles away, Neil Druckmann doesn't disappear into thin air. He still exists. Him and Naughty Dog could get bought by Xbox, and all of a sudden we're getting Uncharted and all that. Like, what my point is that if Sony and Nintendo, one of them were to leave, you don't necessarily lose those strengths per se. Where if Microsoft leaves, people don't understand what you lose. Like, Nintendo and Sony were dragged kicking and screaming into the online world.
Agreed.
Yep.
Nintendo and Sony were dragged kicking and screaming to digital.
100%.
Like, the reason Sony finally has a decent controller is because Microsoft has just kept making these unbelievable controllers. And despite the fact that Sony was dominating, they still changed their controller and kept changing it. Right? Like, if you look now, Microsoft, One Guide. Look at One Guide. Everyone was like TV. Microsoft came into Xbox One as the American dominant market leader and still tried to innovate. You may have not liked what they did,
Very good point.
but they still tried to innovate. Apple has copied One Guide. Google has copied One Guide. Every TV you buy now has copied One Guide and blending all your app channels and everything into One Guide, just like Microsoft did 10 years ago.
Yeah, good point. Now he cooking, Jay. He cooking, man. He cooking. Don't wrap him up.
Everyone's got smart speakers in their homes now.
Facts.
Which is what Connected was.
I got to jump in because remember the fear at the time of the Xbox One was, I don't want to talk to anything. I don't want this level of control. Now we have Siri. Now we have all this stuff. Spy.
Yeah, it's a joke,
also, it's too much. The argument was it was too much TV, right? I don't want games and TV to be married together. It needs to be separate. What do we have now? The Last of Us TV series. We have The Witcher. So all of these things where your point is, Microsoft has consistently every generation innovated in the space as to where the future of gaming is going. Now, the argument can be maybe they were just a little too early, but it
very much so
ends up being the correct decision long
just
term.
Like Sega before them.
Exactly.
Just like Sega
made a lot of bad decisions too, though. A lot.
And that's why I feel you can't lose Microsoft.
That's a good point. Look, I'll be honest with you. The reason why Xbox, I got a lot of connection to Xbox. It's funny. I mean, the system was born on my birthday in New York City with Bill Gates. I mean, there's no reason why I should not like the platform. But I was skeptical at first, right? Because I was like, all right, this is Microsoft. I know you for Office. But I remember getting the OG Xbox, Ethernet in the console. I was blown away because at the time it was a dial-up oriented world, right? And they were
hard drive.
They were forcing me, and I said, but wait a minute, this is better for gaming. We're gonna get these super fast speeds, download, online play will be better. Hard drive in the box. Wait a minute, I can save that. I don't need a memory card. Custom soundtrack. Wow, I could play music and games remotely. And I'm like, yo, for me as a techie, it was a dream console. And it was more powerful than the PlayStation. So I saw the fidelity. Here's the other thing you don't get it. We have Peter Moore on. We forget 360 made us all buy HD TVs. We all knew about what 720p was, 1080i, 1080p. We were all like, we got, composite cables and the HDMI. All of this was ushered in because I never forget when you saw your first fully HD game, you were like, oh my God. You looked at the back of the box. All right, what do you use? 720p, 1080? All right, let me go test you out. Let me go see. It was a thing, man. And the last thing I'll say, I'll always give credit. Xbox Live changed the game. Xbox, we were from an era. We went over each other's friend's house. We all get older. We all split apart. Now we're in those party chats, just like we're with each other, and it innovated the space. Having a party chat, like you said, Nick, you made a great point. It forced PlayStation, Nintendo kicking and dragging to get into the all era because 360 had that Call of Duty. They had that Halo Infinite, the Halo multiplayer, and you were party chatting, talking smack. It changed how games were made and played. So you're absolutely right. They don't get enough credit. I've had this not an argument, but I had this discussion with Colin because he was like, I don't understand why Xbox, what's the pride? I'm like, that's it. If you lived on this platform, you know how they push things forward, and we've seen it. That's the thing. And he was like, no, I get it. He understood. He said, you're absolutely right. And innovative, the gaming industry wouldn't be the same without Microsoft in it. So
you can't lose them.
It always blows my mind to see the arguments that they've done nothing good for the industry. I'm like, are you kidding me?
They've done a lot.
But
even Connect, the Connect tech is in our phones. It's in our cars. It's in like Microsoft pushes. Yeah, Microsoft pushes even, and the reason they're unique in that by being a $1 trillion company. Oh well, we lost a couple of bill trying this out. All right, tax write-off. But Sony and Nintendo can't do that.
Good point.
Look, the Wii U was a disaster. All the execs had to take pay cuts. It's just Microsoft's uniquely positioned like that, and that's why you can't lose them from the industry. Because I feel you lose too much if you lose Microsoft.
And there's been other rumors as well. Like we're talking about the negative rumors about Microsoft going for third party. Like, of course they're fucking not. I know, like even Shinobi, the other, I think he's in some game development places. Did he work for All Stars Racing dev team at some point?
Community.
Wushu, yes, yeah. He said more are coming. Ooh, more are coming. It doesn't like Microsoft have been pretty fair game. Oh, it's been 3 years since that game was exclusive to our platform. You want to release it somewhere else? No worries. Like, it's not a big deal. The other rumor that hit was this whole next generation console coming earlier. But before we get into that, I need to check because I saw Nick swigging from a flask. I've seen you, Gog, swigging. Are you guys powering up on the same thing here? Like, Nick, help me out. Like,
we're not, but I do see Cog's tweets about going to the gym and stuff now.
Yes. We're down with
I don't see him. Yes. Now, we may not use the same product. Now, I said earlier, I'm all out of control at the moment, so I need to get some more. But, Cog, you need to give it a go, mate. Now, Control is not it's not a protein shake.
Okay, what we
so
doing?
You don't have to stress that we're encroaching on anything you may have. But every now and again, I reckon after the gym you're gonna be a bit hungry. Probably can't be bothered making dinner or having breakfast.
Post workout, all right.
Yeah. So what you should do is you should go to www.drinkcontrol.com /XboxEra and use our code for 10% off the most delicious meal replacement shake you'll ever have.
Mate. Lord Doofy approves of this type of talk.
Jesse prefers the banana split flavor, but he's got the cocoa crunch there. But
let me see the protein count. Bring the protein count up on the screen. Let me see that. All right. There we go.
The protein. I think protein represents the majority, but it's not just the protein shake.
23 grams. All right. I can deal with it. Little 23 grams. See them carbs. Not that bad. All right.
I have the Fruity Flakes, which tastes like your Fruit Loops have been sitting in the milk for a while, and it's got that really nice sweet. Oh, it's so good. It's so nice.
I'm about to have to look into this, man. This is nice.
Normally, I'd be drinking it now and having breakfast. So I had to have a bowl of cereal before we started the show. I got up a little bit earlier because I've just run out. I literally just ran out.
Nice.
But it's so good. It's so nice.
So yeah, what do you guys make of these other rumors? Right. So I think Jeff Grubb exclusively revealed and promised told everyone that it was definitely factually accurate. I know.
You're just trying to get him all upset for next week. He got slothed.
He got slothed.
Ooh,
yes. He got slothed.
Sloth gets it every time.
Bless him.
Bless his heart.
Good old Sloth. There's rumors or there was conjecture around Xbox doing a 360 and releasing the next generation, right? Early. Do you think there's any truth in that? Like, what do you want to see next? And when do you want to see it from Microsoft from a hardware perspective? What do you think is important for them to nail?
This is such a good question because I think I was talking to King about this, talking about random. I've had this discussion. I've had an epiphany, and it's probably going to upset a lot of people. But this is what I look at. When I look at, for example, the Xbox One era, and I look at the Scorpio, right? It was needed, right? It was needed because obviously we felt Xbox One initially may have been underpowered out of the launch.
It was a statement.
Yeah, it was like, okay, we cannot lose the 1080p 720 war. We have to do this. And they had the definitive versions, right? So I understood it. But if we look at it objectively, PlayStation being underpowered, they had the games, right? They had the games that even though these third parties look better, you had the God of War, the Spider-Man, and yada, yada, yada. So now we get to this generation. And I look at it and I'm like, man, it does feel weird when we found out that there's going to be a PS5 Pro, but not necessarily a mid-generation refresh for Xbox. So my initial feeling was like, I don't know how I feel about it because I'm used to Xbox having the power narrative, right? At first, that was my initial gut reaction. But then I thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Acquired ZeniMax, ABK, they've got the games now, right? So there's a part of me that, yeah, okay, if there's going to be comparisons on third party, for example, Grand Theft Auto, but it's like, I personally feel that the way 2023 was set up, Hi-Fi Rush, you know what I mean, Starfield, Forza, you know, there's a quarterly cadence that I don't think, I'm just going to be honest, I don't think Sony, the way their development cycle is, can compete with that. So if you have that avalanche, what I call it the avalanche of consistent software, we haven't even gotten the ABK game. It's getting to the point now, Microsoft is dropping 3 major things in the Game Awards. Like they have so much now, they have to space it out, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm just looking at what matters is the games, right? So if they have it now, you can survive. Now, the real question, John, is if you don't do a mid-generation refresh, you let PlayStation come out. And again, this kind of thinks, to your point, it kind of reminds me of the Peter Moore strategy. If they do it, I don't know. But if they decide to say, okay, we start in 2026 or whatever it is, the rumor is that Grubb said, there is a possibility you could say, hey, I start off the new generation and have it to myself earlier, right? There is a possibility. My only concern is that right now they have the momentum and everything is lining up. It almost reminds me of what Phil said to Kind of Funny during the Redfall situation. He's like, remember, everyone's upset. He's like, look, guys, I can talk about how things are going to be great, but I can see it. I can see all the things you say. You guys haven't seen it, and the future is bright. So to answer my question, they could stay in pat and be okay. I really do. But if they don't do a mid-generation refresh and then instead do a next-generation console, I can see that too. So either way, I think they're in a good position. I personally think they should stay in pat. Console sales are already a little spooky. Then to tell someone, you know, to get a new console, I don't know. Selfishly as a tech, I'm not going to say no if it's available, if that's what they do. But I'm curious where you guys stand on it. It's a great discussion point, I feel.
Why do we think they're not going to do a mid-gen refresh?
Only because I think, was it Phil's statements earlier, kind of like...
No, he said that the Series X was their mid-gen refresh.
Yes. Yeah, he kind of alluded, like, he gave me enough hints to say, like, oh, okay, this is not in the plans. And it was a bit of a shock to me, Nick. I'm with you. Like, as a Xbox, as we've been on this platform, we've heard the mantra, we will not lose the power narrative. So King is with you. Like, he's like, I can't see us. They're going to do it. And you know,
I think they will too.
Yeah, and to your point, what feeds your argument, which would be, you know, they have said that those plans that leaked, what is it, the hybrid console? Oh, those are old plans. None of that. We you know, it's completely different. So maybe that, you know, happens to you. I'm curious. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this whole thing.
We had a rumor mill on episode. What was it? I just had it open. We had a rumor mill.
Speaking of rumor mills, is there one today?
There is. We had a rumor mill on episode 171 where we talked about a digital Series X, which was revealed not long after. And in that rumor mill, I said, also heard other hardware in 2025. Now, I didn't go into detail on what that hardware is. And who knows, maybe plans have shifted somewhat.
Okay.
But I don't know. I just don't. To me, Microsoft is all about blurring the lines of generations. So if anything, I would have expected them to do a mid-gen refresh even more so than Sony. Because, you know, Sony's all about generations, where Microsoft's like, nah, we're going to keep the OS the same. We're going to let everything carry forward. To me, Microsoft seems more likely to do a mid-gen refresh than Sony would. And Sony's doing one.
Right.
So I don't...
Their naming convention is much more mid-gen refresh friendly anyways. It's like you literally...
series.
Yeah.
If they stick to that stupid naming convention, then yeah.
I want Microsoft.
What you want?
I want Microsoft to so because the Series S is the thing that is the hiccup.
Okay, I'm kidding. He barely gets to talk. It's always Nick. I'm just kidding.
He does. To be fair, Nick is always targeted. He is always targeted. It reminds me of that Tenacious D track where he's ordering food on the takeaway, and then right at the end he goes, "What do you want?" And he's like, "Oh, come on with the order." Anyway, the Series S is the problem here in this scenario.
Talk to okay. I was gonna. That was a counterpoint I was gonna give to Nick. I want to hear you.
Could
right. So, well, okay. PlayStation, digital, physical. Okay, the digital was there, so they could claim a $3.99 price point. They're not really manufacturing many of them. Everyone buys the physical anyway. The Series S was a genuine attempt by Microsoft to give you similar hardware with a different performance target at a reasonable price, right? We've seen them going for $150 in the last week or so in the US, right? Crazy price.
My son bought one this week for $135 at Walmart.
Wow.
Mental, right? Like, worth it. What I mean, it's a bargain as it comes to tech, right? Absolutely insane. Especially couple it with a Game Pass connection, you are sorted. The problem comes, you introduce a third tier of hardware into this.
I know where you're going.
Well, bear with me.
Not necessarily.
Is the X the target, and you just let people play with the extra power, and it's not the target on the new one?
Yeah. But here's the thing. It really depends on the strategy. If the strategy is mid-gen refresh, and I would argue that the industry is niche enough that regardless of NDAs, developers talk, people talk. Sony are going to know when Microsoft are going to target a launch, and Microsoft are going to know when Sony are going to target a launch, right? That's why these consoles come out within like 2 weeks of each other.
Absolutely.
So if they're not going to do a refresh and they are instead going to target an early next gen release, do we still see them pursuing a dual SKU strategy
approach? You read my mind.
If they do, is this the time, considering the hype, the enjoyment, the tech being at this point, the ROG Ally, the Steam Deck, the Legion Go, do we see them transitioning away from the two standard consoles and having your Series XS, whatever it's going to be called, X whatever, as your next gen, and then the portable version being the one you take away? Do they innovate in some other way? I don't feel like the value of a mid-gen refresh particularly is there. We launched in 2020. We're in 2023. 3 years. The old days, the 360 was the only gen that went on for a stupid amount of time, right? Was it 12 years?
8 years.
I think 8 years. I don't know. Like everything else before that point came along, it was like 5-6 years between consoles. So
4 to 6.
It'll depend entirely on what the price target is, because an actual pro console is probably gonna have to be like $700. Maybe you push 600 and you eat more of a loss, but they're already eating a loss at 500 most of the time. Like these are $700 for a Legion Go. Like it's not. None of this is ever cheap. And the reason why I don't think they were looking or talking about mid-gen refreshes is because it's not worth it if you're at the same price point. Their mid-gen refresh that's technically worth it is the same as Sony's, which was get the cost down. Though on their end, they also were talking about maybe we'll add in Bluetooth and Wi-Fi 6E and other stuff to offset the fact that it's not going to go down in price. Because technically, PS5 didn't go down in price. One SKU went up, one SKU went down. It just matched in the middle. They got the one SKU, and now you can pay a bunch extra if you want to get a disk drive in the future. And you got these awesome stands because for some reason, even though they could have completely changed the form factor, they left the same stupid form factor and had an even worse solution for feet. But whatever. It's just, but it's not cheaper like it used to be. So going from, if you're not, like PlayStation has to keep that same architecture, a Zen 2 CPU isn't going to do great matched with a more powerful GPU. They're still going to be limited in a bunch of ways. They're going to have a bad CPU bottleneck. So an Xbox technically can much more easily have iterative hardware in rolling generations, because if their GDK works the way it's supposed to, then you can set a performance target for the X, you can knock that down for the S, and you've got a bunch of wiggle room to just add in extra effects and settings and stuff for Ultra, which is what PC always ends up doing.
But the problem becomes when you're not the dominant platform and you are not the market leader, the development teams for most companies don't make your platform the target lead dev platform. They will port to you after the fact, and you don't get developers taking you up on these. It's like when Microsoft, everyone talks about Microsoft bringing a pad with haptics and all of these other bells and whistles that people want. I understand. But when you only have a subset of controllers available that have those things, how many developers in reality, apart from first party, are going to genuinely go out and try and support them? Not that many, because the effort isn't worth it. It's like when you see these features get announced at the beginning of new generations, then half of them are left by the wayside.
It is a very popular controller on PC. It's it's still the most. So you get that audience.
But that's why now they're putting haptics in their next controller, because it's there for Nintendo and it's there for Sony.
Yeah, exactly. But if you launch that next controller with a next gen system, the uptake is different versus here's the same system or we're releasing a controller with the generation and it's going to mix in and muddle in a little bit, and you won't really get that same boost and that same lift and that hype cycle around these new features. But then there's a multiple way of looking at it.
To your point though, if they've now got the two weakest consoles, that gives devs even more incentive not to bother with the platform.
Yeah.
I'll be like, well, bugger it. The PS5's already dominating anyway, and now it's the way more powerful console. Well, why have the S holding me back and have the X?
Depends on who the dev is. If they're like Sega or some of the other ones, they get a free PC port out of going on Xbox because of the GDK, and you get to be on the Windows Store, and you've got that version. I'm sure you can, make it ready for other stores as well. Like, not everyone has jumped into that all the way, but like that, there are definitely incentives, and it is still an audience, and they're all very similar hardware wise. If you're already making a DirectX 12 version of the game, like they've talked about before, it's the whole point of it is to try and make it easier to just have a console version. You make a console, you get a PC. You make a PC, you get a console. So it's not a big cost like it used to be to port.
I mean, it isn't I would say the new focus, but what Tim was saying in reference to the PC port, cloud, and mobile seems to be the focus, as opposed to, not that they're going away from console just yet, but we have to be real in the sense that, they want this software to be everywhere and the revenue that is generating, because they were the first to have the day one PC port, right? Sony was still resistant, right? They're still like, okay, a year later or whatever. So what's happening is they're seeing the revenue. They're seeing the revenue in that. And that, to me, it ultimately comes down into that strategy, where being on every screen, we talked about, being on Quest and stuff like that. What is their goal in reference to consoles? Because if you make it long term, it's a small pool. Basically, every generation you're fighting for the same pool that realistically is not growing. We have to be honest about that. As much as we, the hardcore, love the console, and I'm not saying I want the console to go away. I'm going to play on console.
That's
I love that
what
native
Phil talked
experience.
about. Phil literally said, he wants the pie to be bigger. He didn't want
bigger. And if we want them to succeed, right? They have reinvented the rules. They are not playing the same game that Sony's playing with the console. I
agree with that.
Right? So if they're reinventing the way the game is playing, they say, we're going to go here, we're going to go mobile, we're going to go cloud, we're going to and look at all this revenue that then may support, the console. To me, I think that's where they're going. The question becomes, to your point, Nick, like how quickly do they either transition to a mid-generation refresh or not, or maybe start a next generation earlier, or maybe start it later? That's the question. How accurate were those leaks that we saw with the hybrid, right? The ARM to architecture in conjunction with Zen. They're having that discussion now. So to me, the fact that I even see ARM in it, to me, I look at mobile. What's rocking at mobile, right? There's a lot of choices that are being made right now that I'm very curious to see what they end up landing on, because they're in a unique situation. And I will say this last point. Wherever this industry goes, if it does go to this ubiquitous future where, there's no walled garden, if there is, we get to the point of flying cars and cloud has no latency and, if we get to these points, guess who's in best position to transition and pivot? Microsoft.
Sure.
So wherever it goes, whether it be Azure infrastructure on the cloud end, mobile with the ABK deal and all their footprint there, they are in the unique position and we talked about where Microsoft in the industry is always innovative. They're in that position to go there. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. But yeah, man, it's fun times. I think we're close to an inflection point. I'm dying to know where it goes.
But this whole last 3-4 years has been fascinating, and we're just getting started from an industry point of view about where it goes, how the technology goes. Like you mentioned, ARM. Like right now, everything's AMD. What if they go on? What if they go NVIDIA?
Yeah.
You know, what happens to backwards compatibility? All of these different things are in play now. Like we're targeting 4K and 60, and we're already now seeing games struggling to hit that. But if DLSS, FSR, these things start to come in play more on console in the next gen, maybe the real target renders 1440p, and we're all being upscaled, and it looks fantastic. Because arguably, when it works and it works well, you don't really see a difference.
Yeah.
FSR 3 is ready for consoles now.
Microsoft's also in a different position to Sony in that Sony can, like, we can hear rumors of a PS5 Pro and it's not going to affect the sales of the PS5. If we hear strong rumors about a Series X refresh, I think it's more likely to affect Series X and S sales.
Yeah.
I just think that's the different position they're both in. So, I don't know. I still think they're going to do a mid-gen refresh.
Okay.
We're just not going to hear about it till very late, kind of like with Scorpio.
Yeah, it was late.
If I was them, the way I would do it is I'd just ditch the Series S and make it a portable.
Ooh, we doing it. We doing it.
Then portable Series S. Imagine it.
Because then devs are less likely to whinge about it. Because look how much they all love the Steam Deck. And they all love the ROG Ally and the Switch. Yeah. So I think devs and consumers would be less likely to have a whinge about a Series S that can be docked and a portable, and then have your Series X be the mid-gen. I don't know, maybe phase out the Series X and just go with a mid-gen refresh. I don't know.
That would be a good. It's spicy one. That would be spicy.
I'd love it.
Yeah, I get your point.
Portable.
I get your point, Nick. As far as I'm very curious on the splits because we got some information about the amount of Series S consoles out there and how well it truly is doing for them, especially in other markets that they were traditionally not good in. So that's going to be a factor. But yeah, I mean, I will say, I'll give you this from a development standpoint. Maybe developers like, hey, we wouldn't mind if you go one SKU next time, or whatever it is you do. So these are great questions, man. They have a lot of decisions to make.
I think they may rethink the 2 SKU thing, at least in the way it happened with the SNX.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see a 2 SKU going forward where there's a portable and a console.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I could see a 2 SKU like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love it.
Because I don't know if we'll ever go back. I don't know if we'll ever go back to a pre-Switch world where there was no portable home consoles. Like, remember, before the Switch, home consoles were Game Boys, DSs, PSPs, whatever. Now, post-Switch, the world wants proper home console gaming on the go. That's what we want now. So...
But
to me, that's...
I'll finish. I'll let you finish.
I was just going to say, to me, that's more of an opportunity for Xbox, not less.
No, it is in terms of what we're seeing. I guess I look at their actions. And again, I went for the ROG Ally debut event, reveal event.
Mm-hmm.
I was very interested to see. I was like, wow, Microsoft is here in full force. We have a representative here in full force. So to me, that gives me the impression that they are willing to flirt and let someone else do it.
Yeah,
as opposed
see what the uptake is.
Yeah, and see how it is. Not necessarily completely ruling out, but it shows me that they are not aggressive in the space right now. They're like, okay, let's see what you do. We'll fully support. We'll help you with the UI, put a compact mode, make it mobile friendly, and kind of feel things out and see. Like, I don't think they're ready to dive just yet. I don't know what.
But then look at Surface. Surface is the same thing. They've got Windows. Mm-hmm. And they partner with their OEMs, but then they've also got Surface too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I would just say, imagine the Xbox family of devices of the future, right? You have your big, beefy, powerful Power Crown console, right? Loud and proud, nice, sleek design, great. And then as a partner device, you have your Series S portable. right? And you can pull the little tiny memory card
card
straight
out
out of the back of
stick
your
it in.
console.
All right.
Pops in, you've got all your games, and it just goes, I'm on the Series S. I'm going to run these games at, I don't care, tiny screen, 720, up 1080, whatever.
We're going to make sure the memory is the same because you know that memory.
I know.
You know that memory costs.
And just boom, and it recognizes the profile of the device, and I can take that game, and it's native. It's not cloud streaming, because cloud streaming is great, but it's an additive experience, right? Gamers predominantly, they want to play real refresh rates, real time on a native device with real hardware, and they can take that, they can go and do what they want. I think if they were to pull that off and innovate in that way, and have that partnership work where you can just seamlessly, I can just imagine Microsoft doing it in some demo, and you get home and you put your Series S, boop, and it goes whoop, and then plops it over to your big console, and you can continue directly straight off where you want, because the cloud profile synced up. Microsoft, if anyone can do it, Microsoft can pull that shit off.
Of course they can do it.
And I would love to see that. I would, if I had a portable Microsoft Xbox, I would be in hog heaven.
I'm just worried that they look at the metrics and the analytics and say, I don't know if they're gonna do it because of the
have a conversation offline, not on I don't want to betray some confidence. I'll have a conversation with you about
and look at the FTC leak. Remember what we said. Keep it even simpler.
Okay.
The third party devices were outline icons.
Yes.
The first party devices were fully rendered. The portable was fully rendered.
Oh, okay.
Along with the consoles, along with the headset, they were fully rendered.
Interesting worlds we live in.
Interesting world we live in.
But there you go. That's pretty much all the news. The last thing to mention was Embracer closing down all studios. I didn't want to end on a low. Embracer suck. Sorry, everybody. We already knew that. We're going to last bit of housekeeping before we play Name a Game. We do have a rumor mill as confirmed by Special Nick, so we'll do that after Name a Game to force you fuckers to sit through it. But before we do that, it would be remiss of me not to pimp out what we're doing this week in the festive spirits of the season. XboxEra, we've been going for, this is our 4th year, I think. Now we're coming up to year 5 as we hit 2024. And we're in the position to be giving away a load of stuff, right? So 12 days of Christmas. We're on day 4 right now. You can go to xboxera.com. The link is there in the chat. We're doing a daily giveaway every single day for multiple games. And we're not like chucking out any old crap. Right, there's Resident Evil 4. We've got a couple of Baldur's Gate 3s coming on the last day. We've got Street Fighter 6. We've got all sorts. All right. All you have to do is like, follow, retweet, and make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube, and you could be in for a chance to win. So make sure you keep an eye on it. The whole schedule of what we're giving away and on what day is on the website in the article. You have every opportunity of winning it, and we will be announcing the winners around 2:00-ish UK time every single day. Even on Christmas Day, I will be taking a moment to announce the winners for the final giveaway from Christmas Eve. And it's just a big thank you, really, from us to you. This community, the people watching us, our patrons, our YouTube members, every single one of you has enabled us to go from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 into 5. And I guarantee you 2024 is going to be even more awesome for this community. So big thank you to everybody, and Merry Christmas and all of that stuff.
And now super chat from Senor Bean.
Senor Bean,
who I believe is the same one from our Discord.
He is,
if I'm not mistaken. What are our thoughts on the leak that stated Xbox is thinking of going with ARM for the next Xbox? Ditching x86 and going ARM has its pros and cons. What do you guys think? Happy holidays. We were sort of talking about it, but we didn't delve into it. You know what ARM does do?
Bring it out.
Makes a portable a lot easier.
That is
true.
But it does threaten backwards compatibility. But then if anyone can find the way around that, it's Microsoft.
That's right.
Yeah, it's Microsoft.
It's the bearded one.
the Jason Brown, and also give a shout. Not only Jason Brown, give a shout out to the OG Bill Stillwell, who also was part of the original team that brought virtualization into it. Because I was my first E3, and that to me, that was still one of the loudest pops on the Xbox stage with the announcement of backward compatibility. And I'm like, how in the hell did you guys do that? Because I am from the era where you had to have a piece of the older architecture in the new architecture. Do back to back. And he's like, virtualization, baby. I'm like, okay. Like, so yeah, man.
Another quasi innovation that's now being adopted much wider in the industry.
Talk to him, Nick. Talk to him.
Yeah. Funny that
he'll talk to anyone forever. Please don't encourage him.
imagine what backwards compatibility would be now if it wasn't for Xbox One.
Absolutely.
Pushing that.
Absolutely.
Nintendo and Sony wouldn't give a shit about it. Tell you that much.
And Nintendo barely do these.
Remember the big thing, free. You just pop the disc in and boom, virtualization happened right then and there.
It's glorious.
Amazing.
It's glorious.
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, thank you, Senor Bean, for the super chat. I look forward to seeing what this industry does in the coming years. But now it's time to play Name a Game, and it's Lord Cognito's first time.
What am I doing?
Check your
it's his debut.
I sent you
debut. All right, let's see what I'm doing.
I'm going to hit that button right now.
He's hitting the button.
Button is hit.
Shall I start? Just get right into it.
Hold on.
Cogs debut.
I got to hit the music, and John's going to explain what Name a Game is.
Okay, explain. Yep, explain the rules.
Are we back? We're back. Okay, Name a Game. Cog, just in case you've missed this, right? I understand it's been a hot minute, right? Name a Game is a game that we play every week on behalf of our patrons. Nick stole it from an Australian radio show, so it's fine. We're honoring it. It's an honoring of that original idea. Thanks, Nick. The gist is this. Every week, Jesse will write up a bunch of questions of video game titles where we replace the words with synonyms of those words. An example I always give is Perfect Dark would become Immaculate Shadow, right? So then, okay, what's that game? There's usually a theme, right? So hopefully Jesse's provided you with the list. Yes. Now, Nick and I play for our patrons. So we pick from our Patreon list. Who are we playing for this week, Nick?
I am playing for Amit, who I believe is Amit Kumar. I believe, but it's not clear the way he's set up his Patreon. And John is playing for Darren Coull.
He's very cool.
He is cool.
There you go.
As are all our patrons, except for one. Although there
not
may
this week,
be a
though.
twist. There may be a twist to that tale, which will be coming later.
Oh, interesting. So, what is the theme this week?
It'll say category.
Yes. Well, we got theme is appreciation of Game Pass. We got a nice list going on here. So what should I start?
Just go straight down and make it easiest for me.
All right. So choice number 1, the name. Columns of Forever, Decisive Revision. I repeat. Columns of Forever.
Pillars of Eternity. What was the last bit again? Sorry.
Decisive Revision.
Time is going. 6, 5, 4, 3.
Pillars of
2,
Eternity.
1.
Original. I don't know.
Out. Nick, you got your chance to steal. Buzz in, Sik.
Man.
Jesus Christ. This was an easy one.
I'm sorry. All right. I haven't.
Columns of Forever.
Come on, just look at the chat. You know you're gonna.
No, I don't know it. Okay,
Jesus.
Shall we reveal? The answer is Pillars of Eternity. Nick was so close. Definitive Edition.
Oh, so it wasn't even like a buzz,
it was easy.
It didn't have like a title thing. It was just.
I had original sin in my head. But that's something else,
that's
isn't
Divinity, it? Original Sin, the Larian.
Divinity. Game. Oh, I got my games mixed up.
Ready for round 2?
Oh, I misspelled the
first
one.
Right. Rigid Volume, Vessel Cracker. Again, Rigid Volume, Vessel Cracker.
I reviewed this one. There's your hint.
Rigid.
That'll help John because Nick doesn't watch anything. Sik.
Rigid.
are
You fuck. Come on.
Shipbreaker, hard space shipbreaker.
Ding, 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 ding. You are correct.
Nick's
sir.
never heard of it because Nick doesn't play anything.
I have. I'm just trying to.
It's a good one. Ready for round 3?
A vessel.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right.
Hold on.
Let's
Hold
get
on.
them.
Let me get the thing. I got to
Cue it up.
reset the buzzers. There's a lot of things to hit on this stupid little game.
Oh,
show.
okay, there's a lot going on. Okay, I got you. I'll be patient.
Right.
Give me the word.
The next one's really stupid, so I definitely don't want to miss having it up. It's so fucking
I better
dumb.
get this.
Yeah. Okay.
Go.
Go.
Let me know you're ready. All right, round 3. Fibs of urine.
Nick.
Fibs of urine.
We both buzzed, but he beat me.
Lies of P.
Ding, 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 ding. You are correct.
P.
That was actually good.
Thank you. All right. Good. Ready to go.
All right, next round. Vestige 2. Vestige
Mhm.
2.
Vestige.
Mm-hmm.
Probably turn the music up a little bit.
Currently on Game Pass?
Yes, it is currently on Game Pass.
It is.
Brick got it. Now John will get it. Nick.
Remnant 2.
Ding, 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 ding. You are correct. Nice.
I need one more, don't I?
You do.
Yep.
All right, I'm good. Go.
All right. Next one is recompense to Simeon Atoll. Recompense to Simeon.
Sick.
Oh, he got me.
What was it? Recompense to Simeon Atoll.
Timer. Start the timer. Start the timer.
I'm like, is it Return or Revenge? Is it Return or Revenge of
Timer's
Monkey
going.
Island?
All right. Ding,
6,
ding, 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 ding.
5.
Return to Monkey Island.
He got it. Yep, he got it.
Tied to
He
2.
got it.
I
Oh.
was like, Revenge of LeChuck. Oh crap! I don't know.
Thank God we're
As
going.
soon
Thank
as I
God
heard
this
Simian, I'm like, monkey.
Yeah. I told his island. I know that from.
wasn't
seeing
meant to
it.
be that long or that hard of one. All right. And now take your time to say this next one.
Yeah, this is rough. All right.
Refresh the
Tail-
buzzer.
Let me know when you're ready.
Go.
Good to go?
Yep.
All right. Tale of taste enhancers, pals in metallurgic megalopolis.
It makes
I'm
perfect
gonna
sense.
repeat this one.
This was
Tail.
reviewed on our website by one Ursel Soulblazers Masudi.
Tale of taste enhancers, pals in metallurgic megalopolis.
I put it in private chat.
You told me not to go to private chat, didn't you? Because it would stuff up our thing.
Well, I didn't put any. Well, I put it in private chat. It just shows up for a little bit.
Tale of taste enhancers.
Right? Pals in metallurgic megalopolis.
I'll start the timer soon. They're not going to get it. They've never heard of this
Yeah,
game.
I'll get it.
Nah, I've got. I reckon I know what this is.
But you don't want to get it wrong and give it to John.
It's the taste enhancers thing that's getting me.
It's a cheat. Taste enhancers is a cheat. There wasn't a good
does
way
that
to
mean?
really use this word. So this is taste
Yeah.
enhancers. It's close to what
Is
this
it?
word is.
It's close to what it is. Yeah.
It's kind of
Think
a,
about what taste enhancers.
yeah. It can work in a different sense than you might think. It's a cheat. I admit it.
What
little-
enhances taste?
Yeah, I know.
What do you add to something to enhance taste?
I know what this is.
So
But you just don't know the whole name.
I can't remember the last full things.
Pals in metallurgic megalopolis.
that part I kind of know too. Although
Mm.
metallurgic is throwing me.
Should I start the timer? I know people get mad if we take too long. And next one's even stupider. So
Stupider. Yeah.
Do people get mad if we take too long?
Run the timer, and then I want to take my stab. Run the timer, though.
All right.
Because I don't know it, but I want to take my stab.
Yeah. All right, we'll just call it.
Mhm.
Go ahead and take your
Ding, ding,
stab,
ding.
Nick. See if you can get it.
Take your stab.
Like the second part is friends something in the city. Like because Megalopolis is the city. And tale
Heating up.
like story of. Yeah, like I was there, and I'm trying to think story
best
of
area?
Nick, you literally have it. Like you're there.
I know.
He's
I know.
close, but he'll
Like,
never
yeah.
get it.
That's what's bothering me. I was the whole time
Yeah.
I've been so close.
You've
I'm
probably
like,
never heard of this
story
game.
of
It is.
story of something friends.
It is. All right.
Go.
Story of Seasons. That was his part. And Nick, you had it. Friends in Mineral Town. You had it. You had it.
Wow. Yeah, no way.
It was reviewed on your very
No way.
website, John.
I know. Mate, I'm not going to remember that.
On Game Pass.
Oh, dear.
All right, I'm good for the next one.
Ready to go? All right, let's go. Animal prison rich guy. Biggest Muppets drummer grouping.
I put
Oh
it
my
in
god,
private
that's
chat.
still going.
Yes, it's in private chat.
So again, animal prison rich guy. Rich guy. Biggest Muppets drummer grouping.
There's the hyphens and the colons in there. You can see in
There's a
private chat.
hyphen.
Yeah.
I think I know. I think I know what this is.
Okay.
5 words total.
Focus on animal prison rich guy. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it.
Yeah.
Animal prison,
That's what I'm trying to get it from.
and then rich guy. Focus on those two. You better get it.
Aneurysm.
Can't believe it. Brain aneurysm. Oh, man.
So close. You guys gonna kick yourself on this one.
Yep. I know.
All right. What do can I
Animal
help a little bit?
prison.
I can't even help a little bit. Damn.
This was
On Game
originally
Pass.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Animal prison.
a
Mm-hmm.
Kinect game. Starting the timer.
Yes.
8, 7, 6, 5,
This is on Game Pass.
3,
What's a
2,
rich guy considered?
Zoo, 1.
What's an animal
Sick.
prison considered?
Zoo Tycoon.
Biggest Muppets drummer grouping. You got it. You got the first. You got it.
I'm gonna have to start the timer again now.
Well, biggest Muppets drummer grouping. Monster. Big. Fuck. I don't know.
Timer's
Large
going.
animals. Something. I don't know.
Nope, you lose, and the
You
timer's
made it?
out, so Nick can't try to steal.
All right. So Zoo Tycoon. You got Zoo Tycoon. Ultimate Animal Collection.
Oh.
Tough one. I know.
I was off because in my head when I heard animal prison, I thought of a pound, but that's for dogs.
Yeah. I foolishly
I-
forgot that the drummer Muppet is called Animal and not Monster for some reason. So I started going down a monster hunting.
Yeah, I
route.
forgot.
I
I
was
forgot
like,
the
right.
Muppets drummer name too. I forgot
Yeah,
that name as
weird. But of course it's Animal.
No doubt,
I'm
Joe,
good for the next
absolutely.
one.
All right. Next round. Isolated hillocks. Depressed knoll.
Depressed Knoll has a hyphen. Isolated Hillocks.
Has a hyphen.
Depressed Knoll with a hyphen.
Depressed knoll with a hyphen.
well. Is this in the private chat?
Oh, I can put
No.
it there. Yeah. There you go.
Isolated hillocks.
Come on, John.
Hillocks.
Hillocks.
Depressed. No.
Don't disappoint me, John.
I know what it is,
Mhm.
but I don't know the second part.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
Yes,
oh.
you do.
Oh.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Do I?
If you lose this one,
Oh.
I'm done with you. Someone else is gonna have to play every week. You're not allowed.
Oh,
what can I say?
The Day
It's the
One Show
Depressed
brought to
Knoll
you by
part.
XboxEra. That's my hit. There, sick. Jesus Christ. Fucking
I went a
kidding me.
completely different route, by the
God.
way. Completely different route. Do
Sorry.
you know what I thought it was? This isn't my guess. I know what it is. Oh, it's Lonely Mountains Downhill if you're going to put the timer on.
Mm.
Right?
Ding, 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 ding.
But I was like, isolated hillocks. I was like, silent.
Yeah, I was thinking Silent at first as well.
And I was like, okay, is there a Silent Hill game in Game Pass? Depressed Knolls.
It's the Depressed Knoll that got me. I knew it was Lonely Mountain, but I couldn't remember the last part.
Yeah.
You got it. Lonely Mountain Downhill. Correct.
It's a
I love that game. Have you played it, Cog?
Yeah.
It's awesome. Awesome game. Yeah, see, look, I can see now. Chap's going Silent Hill.
Yes, I was going Silent Hill. Yeah, come on.
Get out of chat. There's 2 more. We just do them for fun now.
Oh, okay.
All right. Ready to rock?
Yep.
All right. This is funny. Nick's favorite country.
One word.
Nick's favorite country.
This is a trick question.
Yeah, I got that one. Greece.
How is it spelled?
G-R-I-S.
You got it. You got it.
Greece.
Oh, this is good.
All right. And clear buzzers. I'm good. Go.
All right.
Final one.
Master System. Mysterious. Master System, one word. Mysterious, the second word. Come on, Nick.
I'll give you a hint in a little bit of time. This is a fighting this
Master
cat from
System.
going into my computer.
Master System.
Mysterious.
Mysterious. And it's on Game Pass.
Master System is one word.
Yes,
Master
I
System
have
is one word.
I'll give you one hint. It recently got a sequel announced for Game Pass next year.
Master System, come on. You know the consoles. You know those
No,
consoles.
I know the console. The Master System.
Sick.
Genesis Noir.
Dig. He got it. Yo, that was good. Wow. I'm impressed. It was tricky. It was a little tricky.
Yeah.
Nice.
Why Master System for Genesis?
Because that's what it should be
Yeah.
called.
Sega Genesis, Master System.
You have to explain.
That's the only reason I put that together.
I understand Nick's point because
I
he's
could
like,
put
yo, what
Mega
do you have to
Drive
do?
or something, but I know.
Yeah, Mega would have
That's
probably
too
been better
easy.
to help him out.
The last one's got to be tough.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the sequel to Genesis Noir. Nirvana Noir. Sign me up. That game looks nuts. Can't wait. There you go. That's it. It's the end of Name of
Is that
Game.
it?
Yeah. Congratulations to my patron, Darren Coull. You are cool. You win a game. Just reach out to Jesse and he will furbish you with a list of which you can pick whatever one you want. Isn't life great
Somebody,
being an Xbox Era Patreon member?
Somebody who won was like, "Oh, cool! I get to ask for any game I want. I would like Baldur's Gate 3, please." And I was like, "No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. It's."
I had
He was
someone
cool.
reach out to me because I messaged them in Discord saying, "You want to name a game? You can pick a game from Jesse." And they were like, "Alan Wake 2." I'm like, "Well, no." I'm like, Jesse's got a list that you pick from that
Did you
list.
pick
Yeah. Come on, we're not made of money. But hey, as always, dear viewers, dear listeners, if you're listening to us on audio, if you love what we do and you want the chance, the privilege of either myself or Nick acting as your champion, just head to patreon.com/XboxEra and you can pledge your support for as little as a cup of coffee a month. Isn't life grand? Now, normally we'd switch right on into community questions, and arguably we could just to make people stick around for that rumor mill.
Yeah.
But maybe we won't do that. Maybe we won't do that. We need to respect, Cog's time. We need to respect our audience's time. So maybe we just do the rumor mill. What do you reckon? Should we just do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
Hitting the button.
Let's see that. Jesse, hit the button.
It's the rumor mill. We've never heard that before. It's the rumor mill. Things change, we can't be sure. It's the rumor mill. You know they may not come true. The Xbox Era podcast is not responsible for websites presenting these rumors as facts.
And we're back.
I love that.
Okay. I was actually so this rumor mill, it's not big per se, but I felt it was relevant. I was gonna keep this one for Grubsmas, but then I got a better one for Grubsmas. And this one felt relevant given Insomniac's woes this week. So a little while back I put out a tweet indicating I had received some Wolverine info.
And I was like, oh, got a bit of Wolverine info, eh? Okay. It's nothing major. And I thought, you know what, I'll just, since the Wolverine hack happened and we're already talking about Wolverine,
We'll make them
I'll
even
go with
sad.
the
Kick them while they're
info.
down, yeah? Kick them while they're
right in
down.
the ghoulies.
Jesus, man.
So I I heard a few things. I heard something about the Wolverine game, which I thought, okay, in the context of Insomniac making it and Spider-Man, this kind of makes sense. How fit people will feel about this, I don't know. And who knows, the game's still a bit away. Maybe things change. Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck.
So what I've heard about the Wolverine game is that much like Spider-Man, it will have, I think Spider-Man 2, let me correct that, I think, because for people that have played Spider-Man 2, please let me know. It will have stealth sections like Spider-Man does with Mary Jane. Kind of like the Mary Jane
one
ones.
and 2.
Yes, but in 2, are they one-hit kill missions?
I don't remember.
Apparently, her gun is like OP in the second one, and they're one-hit
She
kills.
is the strongest character in
The strongest character in the game.
Yeah, in the game by far.
So that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that they'll be like one-hit kill style stealth missions, similar to Mary Jane's in Spider-Man 2. And
so he gets her gun, huh? It's interesting.
No, I don't have that much detail here, but what's mentioned here is you'll have like a smell ability.
Oh,
that will maybe like a sense, kind of, you know how The Last of Us has that sensing thing, and Rise of the Tomb Raider. A lot of games do it now, where you've got that sense. It'll be something similar. Like from what is being said here, I think of it like The Last of Us 2's sense, where you can see the enemies, like that white glowy
white silhouette
thing.
Yeah.
It seems like Wolverine will have something similar related to his senses and his smell and all that. And in these stealth missions, at least in the stealth missions, you'll have this smell sense that will smell out the enemies for your stealth missions. That's how I'm interpreting this. And they'll be one-hit kill ones, the stealth ones, which from what I hear is how MJs are in number 2. But yeah.
Wow.
That's the info I got about Wolverine.
Like I said, Insomniac got a very well-defined engine that allows them to iterate on it quickly or reuse parts. Cool.
Yeah.
And I feel like seeing that camera view, maybe, I don't know, like...
Maybe that was a stealth mission.
Yeah, I don't know.
He lost his sense of being able to look left or right. Just always very tight cone vision.
It would be on brand with the lore of the character, and it would be a cool way to implement, for stealth, because that's what Wolverine has, those enhanced abilities. So that's a way they could implement it.
But then at the same time, when I heard that, because I got this DM quite a while back, I was like, stealth Wolverine? That
he's like the most unstealthy superhero. Slice.
Yeah. But then I think to myself, Blade's not really stealth. And we're going to have stealth probably in Blade, especially if that concept art is anything, which we didn't talk about.
Comic book. I'm thinking infiltration style missions.
He's also British in the comics.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yes, Blade is. Eric Brooks is British in the comics.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. Okay.
There you go.
But yeah, well, FNTASTIC Entertainment, that's what I just said. Well, to me, Wolverine and stealth didn't match up.
Yeah.
To me.
No, I get that. I get you.
So that's why when I read that, I actually asked them. Like, I followed up not long ago saying, are we sure about this? They're like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm going to get my head chopped off anyway, so...
we did it.
But yes, I do have another rumor mill for Grubsmith that I was saving for Grubsmith that I'm personally very excited about.
Talk to you offline.
But yes.
I can't wait.
I figured some Wolverine stuff is leaked anyway.
No doubt.
Why not go with it?
It's
relevant.
Teeth.
Yeah. Get Chris Judge to make a joke. See how they all feel about it.
Nice.
Okay. That's it.
That's it.
That's the
there you go. Short and sweet. It's now that point in the show where we delve into our wonderful community questions. Again, an exclusive perk for being a Patreon supporter of XboxEra. You get access to all the Cool Kids Lounge, and the giveaways, even on Discord, are just constant, constantly just throwing games out. So you should probably join. If you want to do that, patreon.com/XboxEra. There's not too many cogs, so I reckon, there might be a few rapid ups thrown out as we answer these. If anyone starts talking about Melbourne or coffee or Nick's ego,
I doubt it.
We'll see what happens. But Nick, what have we got this week?
What you got?
Okay, let's go. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Bit of a confession here. I never really played Control. I tried it years ago, got bored, and never went back, despite all the great things people like Jess have said about it. And thanks to being Jesse brother, I did have access to Baldur's Gate 3. And sorry, Jess, that game is so not deserving of Game of the Year. Alan Wake 2 was, though. That I agree with. So as my petty act of pointless revenge, I've uninstalled Baldur's Gate 3 and reinstalled Control, which I'm loving and has some clever connections to Alan Wake 2. So congratulations, Remedy, and take that, Arian. You've been prematurely played off stage once again.
Damn.
Yes. Damn. Wow. Cold-blooded.
I've still got to finish Control.
I finished Control. I thought it was a really fun ride, but I don't think the combat is great in it. I think it's really frustrating and difficult and unwieldy. But that is also true of, I feel, Quantum Break. I felt the combat was unwieldy and difficult, and not like difficult as in challenging, just as in it didn't feel good on the pad. Which I think is a massive hindrance to actually enjoying what otherwise, narratively and visually, is a hell of a ride. I don't think I've seen time travel done better than any game than Quantum Break. But I can't speak about...
Control's issues were incredibly cool world, but kind of a weak plot, and then really bad difficulty spikes, like just constant for me. Other than that, really goddamn cool.
Yeah, I haven't tried Baldur's Gate 3, so I can't comment, but it's not my sort of game.
Me either.
It's not for me.
You've got to be ready to do a D&D session. Like, it is a session of D&D with a dickhead for a GM who will kick you when you're down on the combat. So just set it to easy because it's not fun the other ways, really.
Number one selling game on Xbox. Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
What?
Always been an RPG platform.
Players don't buy games.
I don't think it ever hit number one on PlayStation.
It is up there, top paid. Yeah.
But the goalposts will shift. It's easy to be number one on Xbox because nothing sells on Xbox.
Oh man,
it's easy to be number one on Xbox.
Oh, I also heard, because they did an interview with IGN, and they were like, "Yeah, we didn't want to go on Games Pass because we've made a massive game, and we think $70 or whatever is a fair price point to ask for that game." And it's like, yeah, okay, fair, right? No doubt Microsoft tried to give them a Game Pass deal. I guarantee it, like 100% they would have tried. But then, of course, the headlines are spun into, see, developers know.
Developers don't want to do it.
All right, so hold on. Everyone keeps doing this. Question. Let's just say, hypothetically,
what, supposedly,
if
hypothetically, for all intensive purposes, let's just say, hypothetically, let's say they did do a Game Pass deal in the background. Do you think Larian's going to say it right now?
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
I'm just saying. I'm like, but everyone's like, "Oh, Larian said it's not happening." It's like, well, no, Larian didn't say it would never happen. Larian just said, "We're not coming to Game Pass."
And they've been very smart with their launches. They got a PC launch, they got a PlayStation launch, they got an Xbox launch. Then if they get a Game Pass launch, they've been very smart about spreading things out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, even if hypothetically they did do a Game Pass deal or were in the midst of doing one, it's not like they're going to say it.
No.
Are they?
No, they won't.
Like lots of developers, like Remedy came out. Remember, the same thing happened with Remedy. Nah, Control's not coming to Game Pass.
And eventually,
what ended up happening?
Like, it's called getting that money on the back end and waiting.
And you don't think Remedy knew it probably was eventually coming to Game Pass
you
at the
can't
time?
actually get him to stop. It's kind of pointless.
What I'm saying is relevant.
Keely would have to have him frog marched off stage, like, get out of here.
The hook.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse, brother.
The funny part is he didn't even ask a question.
He didn't. He was just a little statement of things. We spent 20 minutes talking about it.
Okay. Next question. Hytham G.
Oh no.
Make up from Jez's interview with Phil's comments. When Phil says no plans of Game Pass being on PS and Nintendo, it's not like a confirmation it's not happening, despite Tim Stewart at the Wells Fargo Summit saying, we like to see Game Pass on all devices, although Phil said no. Like, if it was a PR damage control or something happening behind the scene and such. Your gents take? I'm not sure what the question
It's
is.
business speak. Good business speak sounds like it's saying a lot without ever committing to anything. That's what executives really get paid
That's
for.
what they all do. That's what they all do.
Yeah.
Like,
Tim Stewart didn't commit to anything. He said, we'd really like to be everywhere. And then Phil said, we don't have any current plans to go everywhere. We're not looking for that. Yeah. It's always just word soup that's meant to make you think that something was said when nothing was actually committed to.
nothing is happening until it's happening.
Until it's happening. Or at this time. That's how I always look at it.
Yeah.
No plans right now.
Now.
No plans right now. Like, that's what they're going to say. Just like Larian. Not coming to Game Pass. Yeah, today you're not.
We believe in generations.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
that was
right. We
classic,
believe in
classic.
generations. That's right.
We believe in fapping to earpieces.
Okay.
Next. P.S.
Now, next question from one of our favorite patrons.
You didn't do the PS. Wow, you hate Hytham that much.
Oh, sorry. PS. This year, nothing happened of a MS and Nintendo partnership. I just don't know how long it's going to take for it to be revealed and such, but I still stand hopeful for it to happen.
Yeah, Nick.
Trust me,
where's
mate,
the Xbox and Nintendo partnership?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've asked
Darkwing
about
Duck?
that too. Trust me. A little bit. I think there might be a little bit of Darkwing Duck. But yeah. Next question from one of our better patrons in Shady Pine Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
I tried to ask this question in episode 186, but John skipped asking it.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Something Nick has never done to me.
Oh, shot fired.
I think it's a fun question, so I'm submitting it again. If our capitalist hellscape evolved to the point where sports apparel companies took the place of nation states, which company are you becoming a citizen of? I think I'd go with Puma. Scrappy, but still a contender with bold design chops. Nick and Jesse, keep up the good work.
Oh,
Wow.
Some shade, man.
Hey, right
it's in his name.
Sorry, hang on a second. I have the ability to edit his title on the forums.
Ooh, what a twist. Shyamalan twist. Oh,
I would want to be
go
at
in
Blackwater
here.
Island
See?
because I'll be protected and safe.
No, I'm Adidas.
Adidas.
I'm Adidas.
You're
I've
Nazi?
always been Adidas growing up.
Yeah,
Always,
yeah.
I used to really pick my brands and stick to them.
Stick to them. All right.
And Adidas was my brand.
I need my swoosh.
Not
I
going to
just think
answer.
of the corn song whenever you say Adidas.
Adidas. I say Adidas. It's
No,
Adidas.
It's all
is
day
actually
I
Adidas.
dream about sex. That is a corn song.
About sex.
Adidas.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, in terms of the pronunciation, I hear Americans call it
Yeah,
Adidas.
we're
and I'm
wrong.
like, it's
We're wrong.
Adidas.
That's right for
yeah.
our.
The gentleman's name was Adidasler.
Adidas.
His name was
Yeah.
Adidasler.
Who cares?
Yeah,
We're
okay.
Americans.
So it's
We just say
Adidas.
it with our accent.
We're American.
Yeah, we hear someone
Adidas.
say it, and there you go.
Adidas. That's
Are you wearing your new Adidas? Oh my god!
You're wearing your Adidas.
All right,
Hey,
David,
what's
you got
about
it
that
wrong.
Adidas?
It's not a knife.
ADEEDAS.
Adidas.
Adidas.
Oh, man. That's glad. It's true. You do that.
I'm not going to answer. So next question.
Ooh, see, even though Shady Pines doesn't like me, I still read the questions, and mate.
Ooh, silent
I
protest.
almost
that.
doxed him. I didn't though. So you're welcome, Steve.
I've given him the title now of Ultimate Thrower of Shade on the forums. That's his
Trying
new
to win him
title.
back.
Turned him around on me. See, I grow on you.
Yeah, like a friggin' tumor.
like Stockholm syndrome. Eventually, this wears you down. Eventually.
Keep going.
Okay. Dio game. The title is only on Xbox, but Shinobi said more multiplats to come after As Dusk Falls. In all seriousness, what are your thoughts on Xbox's more laissez-faire approach with some of their published or money-hatted games? See ADF, Ori, Cuphead. Do you think it helps endear them as a publisher and platform that can attract upper echelon talent and timed exclusives? Do you think they're giving up too much ground and creating too much ambiguity for not enough benefit in return? Personally, I think it could help attract talent, helps in the court cases, and is done with minimal impact to the platform outside of the bubble and San Francisco cabal, but also far from helps their messaging internal and external of primarily exclusive where Game Pass exists. My God. That was a long question.
Yeah.
That just kept going.
I think that it's a double-edged. I think in this bubble, in this world we exist in, it's a constant arguing point because it's uncertain what Microsoft will or will not do with their exclusives that they've money-hatted or funded or whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, if it's 3 years later or 2 years later and someone gets a port of a game I've already played, I don't care. No. You shouldn't care if it happens after 6 months, arguably, but I don't know.
Did you guys appreciate Tunic less because it's on PlayStation now?
Exactly, right?
Damn it, they have it.
How dare they have fun with something
why would
I
we
had
ever
fun
give a
with?
shit? Like, that's all. It always comes back to that for me. Why do I care? I don't.
Like
it,
it's the list
again,
war.
but it comes down to that list wars that my side has to win.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, why would I need to buy an Xbox? It's all out on PlayStation. So why would I need to buy an Xbox? You're not giving me reasons to buy an Xbox. I understand that argument. Yeah. I do. I told you where the core of it comes from.
And as the economy gets worse and worse, we'll have to start really pushing the value proposition because no one's going to have any goddamn money.
It's that Sega PTSD. Okay, next question. 99 Rukin. Hello, everyone, including Lord Beefy. Why are you Lord Beefy now?
Oh, they killing me. Yeah, I was designated that by King and Attic. And I forgot. I was like, because I'm a beefy guy. They were like, what? And it went viral. So they were like, beefy meat emojis in the chat. Everywhere I'm going, Lord Beefy now. So I've owned it. I'm not going to be
just roll with it.
I'm not going to be beef shamed. I'm just going to roll with it.
Okay. Hello, everyone, including Lord Beefy. Here's a small statement. We need Halo 3 remake in Infinite as DLC.
Ooh.
Now my question. Wouldn't that just be part of Master Chief Collection?
Master Chief Collection.
Master Chief Collection is full. They've said before, like the actual UI for it in Unreal Engine 4, it can't really handle anything anymore. It could on PC and Series, but not on Xbox One. But maybe Infinite is set up to let you install campaigns. They just are never going to use that now.
Yeah, sadly.
Now my question. That should take a minute to answer. Who should Microsoft target next? What benefits them most? I know. Nick will say Sega because it gives them an edge in Japan. I would say CD Projekt Red because it helps them with a better PC market with GOG and a good engine. What is your opinion?
Ooh, I don't know that they'd be allowed to buy CD Projekt Red and GOG. They probably have to spin it off.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, Cog?
You know, I'm biased. I'm with Nick, man.
Sega.
I think it's the organic. It's the organic choice. You know, Microsoft CE and the Dreamcast. You know,
to be honest, I'm aligned with you.
Yeah.
Sega
Japanese
is the right
market.
target.
Yeah.
And
especially
mobile.
after their announcement at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Like all of those games coming to Games Pass. Oh.
Yeah.
Rollman tears. I was like, let's go there.
I'm curious so they were already doing a deal for the Super Game, which is what a lot of this ends up being. So I'm curious what that deal is if something does come to Game Pass.
Does that mean this stuff comes to Game Pass?
Yeah, they're definitely going to be smaller in scope. They're not going to be all like Jet Set could be big. That's the game that could more easily transition to a bigger modern game. But like Golden Axe and a lot of other stuff that are that arcade, quick 30 seconds of fun that you do a bunch are going to probably be like $20, $30 game. The Shinobi one, maybe that's a $50 game because that could be bigger. But so I'm very curious.
I really want to know officially who's developing these games. I think we know that Lizard Cube is doing Shinobi, but can you imagine if Slow Clap are doing Streets of Rage?
Oh, don't you do
the
that.
seafood dev?
Oh, don't you do that. You get me excited. That would be sick. I love seafood. Like, I'm a huge
man.
It's great.
Just
They license out the Power Stone devs because it looks like Power Stone.
Slow Clap on Streets of Rage.
That'd be sick. I'm all for it, man. I just want to see the implementation of Super Game. Is it, Azure based? How do they deliver to it? Is it Game Pass? Is how does that work? I'm very curious, but I'm excited. Yeah, to see it because the original
gives them
creators are
so
involved.
much, though.
Yeah.
Sega gives them so much. It gives them PC devs.
Football
it gives
Manager,
them a studio to
Persona.
help out World's
Football
Edge.
Manager is huge. Jesse, right? Football Manager is huge. We laugh, and I don't play it, but it is humongous. And then
it's big.
What was the other aspect of it? Is it the mobile aspect? Remember did they get Rovio or something? Sega
they get Rovio too.
Microsoft likes mobile. They like mobile for that mobile stuff.
They decoupled themselves from the Japanese mob, so they're more attractive.
Yeah. Absolutely.
There's my coffee. They get Sonic. They get their mascot. They get the Japanese presence. They can rebrand their consoles as Sega consoles.
Could they finally make a good Sonic game? They probably could.
Oh,
if
damn.
If it's an Xbox behind it. Finally get one.
Superstars is supposed to be pretty good. I'll find out soon.
It's thoroughly mediocre.
So disrespectful.
I played an hour. I streamed an hour and a half of Sonic Frontiers. And I was like, yes, this is worthy of being a Sonic game.
Sonic Mania is good.
It's okay.
No, it's very good.
For a Sonic game,
Mania
it's very good. For an actual video game, it's okay. It's not bad. That's like the
it's
one.
very good also.
No, but
even that Sonic, that iOS one, that one that's on Apple Arcade.
Oh, yeah.
Dream Team. It's actually not that bad. Dream Team's actually not too bad at all.
Okay, wrap it up, B-Music.
That is called That Chill Beat from the YouTube audio library.
Salute.
Actually, I think that's Envato, but
Is it? I get almost everything from YouTube because it doesn't get pinged. So it's
it's an Envato one. I remember grabbing it, but
oh, well, are you special? You are.
Yeah, I am. I'm pretty special.
Okay.
Thanks, bro.
Next question. Creaky Legs.
What
is the best bad Sega game that you love? Mine is Altered Beast. Altered Beast is not a bad game.
Terrible game.
I got one. Remember for Genesis with launch line, it was called Last Battle. And it was a blatant ripoff of it's like Fist of the North Star, but literally Americanized. I don't know why I love that stupid game. It was
I do remember. I didn't play it, but I remember this cover art.
Yes,
I remember the cover art.
Like you said, Nick, back in the day, it was about that cover art, and I'm like, this looks like cool. And
what was the name
remember,
of it?
this was when
Last Battle.
This is when sprites. This is when Genesis was amazing. They had all these huge sprite characters.
Yeah, they were big.
Big, like the ultimate. And I'm like, yo, look at the graphic.
That's Fist of the North Star. Yeah.
Fist of the North. I thought that was the original game, and Fist of the North Star was copying. That's how uneducated I was. They ripped off Fist of the North Star. Yeah, they Americanized it. Last Battle.
When you said the name, I'm like, what game is that? And then I saw the box art, and I'm like, oh my god, now I remember.
Love that. It was difficult. Good boss. It was a great game. Oh, Negative Zero remembers that. Yeah. What the? That was my joint.
Yeah. Wow.
He's kicking a lot of harpoons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Axes. Yeah, dungeons.
The best bad Mega.
Chuck,
I'm trying to think.
Chuck Rock. Does anyone remember Chuck Rock and Chuck Rock 2,
Boogerman.
Son of Chuck?
Yes. Boogerman. Wow.
Remember Boogerman? He used to go booger. He used to actually just go booger.
I remember that. Classics. The good old
Altered Beast is not bad. Altered Beast is a great game.
Altered Beast Arcade, okay. Altered Beast Genesis, god awful.
Wise from your grave.
Wise
from your grave.
It's one of those platforms just to showcase. It's like a title showcase, a graphical showcase, as opposed to this deep game. kind of thing.
This one's mine.
What's that?
This is Technocop in between sections when you drive him.
Yeah.
And then you go
drive
inside.
him.
It's not good, but as you can see by that corpse on the left, there's like when you shoot people, they just explode in gore. It was mind-boggling when I rented this. It was my brother, and you just shoot people and they just explode into legs, arms, and a head. It's
It's before the Mortal Kombat. This was a very controversial game for its time.
That looks a bit like elevator action.
You can shoot the kid right in the head. Like you can. It's just
in the head. Yeah.
Yeah, he shoots the kid right in the face. Like it's just.
That game was
It
wild.
does too.
This is like the worst.
Yeah.
The most batshit elevator action ripoff you could have.
Yeah.
With a mix
It's a
of
lot
like
like
Outrun,
elevator action.
Yeah, with the car segments in between. It's really something. Oh, you can beat it in 41 minutes, I guess. Who knew? Not me. I never got close. It was too hard. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Technocop. Real piece of shit, but interestingly shitty.
Oh yeah.
See, I didn't play that many genuinely bad games on the Mega Drive, so maybe mine is Kajikai, that one I mentioned earlier.
Good.
Altered Beast. Can't wait for that to come back.
Rise from your grave.
Rise from your
Okay, wrap it up. Come on, people.
Welcome to your doom.
This is our childhood, John.
Okay. Next question. Actually, we'll go with this super chat because it kind of relates. Faisal with the super chat. They would have Nintendo, PS, and Sega mascots.
That is true.
They would.
That would be good.
And they would all
Banjo.
languish in nothingness like everyone else.
Crash, Spyro, Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
So many mascots.
Mm-hmm.
So many. Do their own Smash Brothers.
They can win.
Just don't have that same
Next question.
community behind it.
Yeah. Ezubizu.
Long
Greetings, everyone. And my special salutations to the Epicurean preambler, the connoisseur of callouts, the corporate operative, and the Lord of Infairness, Lord Cognito.
Yeah, someone knows all my little isms. Salute. Much love.
Please convey my regards to the rest of the lords.
Definitely. We're talking about the era, man. Always a pleasure.
My takeaway from TGA was listening to the soundtrack of No Man's Sky after a long time. Even after so many years, it's still beeping slaps. So are there any video game soundtracks you actively listen to? Happy holidays. Cheers. I do know that Cog does when he's at the gym.
Oh, yeah, you know.
PS.
Let's answer the question and then do the PS because this is a really long PS.
Mm-hmm.
It is, isn't it?
It's a lot longer than the question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cog, I know, listens to a lot of different video game soundtracks.
Yeah, man. Tekken's one of them. Streets of Rage. Anything Yuzo Koshiro is just God.
Streets of Rage is the GOAT.
Oh, it's the GOAT. Like he captured the sound of that era. Like the club. Like it was just he's something special.
Amazing.
Yeah, and last one is I'm a fan of. I found the Arcade Shinobi soundtrack, and I actually rock out to that. It's actually underrated, even though Revenge is classic. The classic one, the arcade one. So yeah, those are kind of my go-tos. And shout out to is it Outrun? Are we gonna get some Outrun, some musical sound shower? Remember that?
Sega in general were just, when it came to the music, just unmatched. Sonic 2. Oh,
Sonic 2, yeah.
Chemical Zone.
Chemical Zone Fire. Remember Super Hang On in the arcade, the 4-track selection, winning one. Oh, classic. Classic.
See, I have no real love for the nostalgic old school MIDI style soundtracks. Like personally, like the only one I can remember, like, and I can still remember the tune, and I have Ant Stream Arcade, and I loaded it up just to hear it. Was Xenon 2 by the Bitmap Brothers. It's just got this do 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 do. But other than that, soundtrack wise, like I'm much more into the modern classical orchestral stuff. Like Gareth Coker's Ori soundtracks are phenomenal.
He's doing Prince of Persia.
He's doing Prince, which I'm very pleased to hear. I loved the recent Jusant soundtrack. If you haven't heard that, it's got some wicked kind of melancholy, nice music in there. But all the old school stuff, I'm just like, it just washes over me in a sea of. But I guess it wasn't my my era of gaming. It's definitely nostalgia playing a bit for you guys, right?
No question, for sure.
I'm very much into the lately a lot of the Souls stuff, Dark Souls, 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring, of course. Lords of the Fallen 2023 has a really good soundtrack. Lies of P has a really good soundtrack like that. Big orchestral, dark music has been a constant this year.
I must just be too old.
Yeah, we old.
Because most modern games, the soundtracks don't stick with me. Aside from like Halo.
Okay.
Where the old games, the soundtracks stick with me. Like even Sonic 1's Marble Zone. That waltz, almost like a waltz. Oh, that's just incredible. And a YouTuber who I've never heard of, his name's Charles Cornell, has like 2 million subscribers or something, or 1.5 million subscribers.
I'm kidding.
He does this. Cog, you've got to watch it if you haven't seen it. So Charles Cornell is like a music teacher, music expert who's got like 1.5 million subs on YouTube. Someone pointed to Fish and Boots.
I think I know that guy. Continue.
He does a breakdown. So he's never heard of Streets of Rage 2.
I've watched him. He lost his mind.
He lost it over Streets of Rage 2 soundtrack.
Yeah.
Lost it.
What is happening? This is amazing.
Yeah.
What is happening? The complexity here. He literally was gushing about this thing.
Yes. And the scary part about this video is, so he's gushing about the music in Streets of Rage 2 and how it's put together. But he's doing that without even knowing how complex it is to even put music together on a Mega Drive.
Yes.
Like,
Good
so
point.
if his mind would be blown even more if he knew what went into creating that music.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
And it's just, yeah, I mean, we all knew growing up, listening to Streets of Rage 2, like that was instantly iconic. The second you started and you hear Go Straight, you're just like, this is just next level music. This is just...
You stuck with this thoroughly okay game just to hear it. I'm kidding. I actually really like
What?
Streets too. I'm kidding.
I'm
I was
gonna gang up and boot you off your own show.
Oh
Teasing.
my
I
god,
enjoyed
Streets of Rage 2.
Yeah.
Oh man. It's just, that's too good.
Yeah, that's such
The PS.
Yeah.
A bit late on the topic, but I agree with John. Remakes don't deserve a spot in the Game of the Year. I think the struggle is in determining if the game has changed sufficiently for it to be considered as a new game. My highly scientific method is to check if the title of the game has a remake or a remaster in it. That is an admission by the developers that it is essentially the same game with a bit or a lot of spit shine. If we still want to honor it for being a great remake, we can always nominate it in an outstanding technical achievement or in best ongoing game category.
Yeah.
So what's in this reference to, John?
We were discussing
Resident Evil
how
4
I was
or
like,
Dead Space?
I think it was just having Resident Evil 4, I think was the main one. It was like, it's already one game of the year, right? And okay, it's the same game. Oh, but they've remade it. I'm like, cool, but it's had its time, all right?
But it's
You
a
already
different
knew it was a
game.
great game and you've remade a great game. Cool. There's plenty of other great games that
But it's a
You know-
reimagining.
You want to know a hot take or hear a hot take? RE4 remake is as much of a remake of RE4 as Tears of the Kingdom is of Breath of the Wild.
Ooh, shots.
Tears of the Kingdom is built off of the backbone of Breath of the Wild. Now it does change the gameplay more.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual, when you're going to talk about all the work that goes in and stuff, like Tears of the Kingdom had the whole physics system and all that, but so much was already there from Breath of the Wild. They just have you interact in different ways with it. But it's the same overworld.
And
it's
copied
just
nuts and bolts.
Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
That too.
The developer even said it.
Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts.
Tears of the Kingdom, more of a new game, obviously. But I don't know. For me,
Really?
I
I think
honestly
Resident Evil 4 is more of a new game.
more of a new gameplay wise. A lot of the other stuff, not as much. But I also am of the mind that I just don't care because I hate award shows and all this stuff, anyways. So who gives a shit?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
And
very
why
strong
not?
on that.
Why not just have a category now? Since there's so many of
Thank
them
you.
now, why not just
Yeah,
have
exactly.
a category of best remake or best remaster?
It's not going to be consistent enough to have one. I don't think. You
Why?
have a couple of because you
I
need
think
like
it will be.
10 things to fight against each other, else it's not much of a category.
I don't think so. I think you need. I think the minimum you'd need is 4 or 5 to be able to have its own category.
Yeah.
You only have one winner, so you only need 4 or 5 options. Like best racing game, they have a best racing game. How many fucking racing games do we get each year?
Best racing
2,
in
3?
sports. Best racing in sports.
Yeah, they
you go.
fold it into sports.
That's right. I think there's more remasters and remakes each year than there is bloody sport and racing games.
So the remaster / remake category.
Yeah, you only need 4.
Remake,
like minimum 4 to have it as a category.
Well, I'm in agreement. I don't feel remake should be listed as game of the year. That's just, I'm going to die on that hill. To me, you already have a foundation that you're traced around, and it's not an original concept. It's something that's built off of something that exists. So for me personally,
I do agree with you.
Yeah, I just would like.
And I agree. Yeah, I agree with most people that say remake shouldn't count. I just think Resident Evil 2 and 4 are an exception to that rule. I think they're changed enough where they are basically new games.
We disagree, but I feel you.
But in concept, I agree. Something like Dead Space, no way. As amazing as Dead Space is, that should not be considered for Game of the Year.
Fair enough.
Or Metroid Prime Remastered.
That one got forgotten about.
That is. It did a little bit, and it's actually close to a 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
but
if 6 is a close.
I do agree in principle.
Ooh.
Which one? What?
What? Nothing. Go ahead.
What?
Next question.
I don't know. I heard 6.
Nope.
Do I do Hugh's? Wait. Hugh kind of has a follow-up. Hugh has a follow-up to Creaky Legs. I'll follow up on this and ask, what is the best bad ABK game that you love? For example, Rock and Roll Racing.
Damn, best bad ABK.
Rock and Roll Racing.
Modern Warfare 3.
Amazing game.
Destiny.
Damn it.
Destiny was always good.
It was Activision at one point. Yeah, that is true.
Destiny was never bad.
I didn't love Destiny.
It didn't. Also, Destiny was never bad. It just didn't last long enough for what they sold, and it wasn't anywhere near what they sold.
Bad ABK game.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
Was Transformers Devastation for Platinum, or that was Platinum, right?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I've got that game.
All right.
I've got that game.
Yeah, I like that game.
That's a really tricky one.
Deadpool? Maybe?
Mech Warrior 2. I'm going back
Enormous
a bit.
storm
It was
outside.
published by Activision, and I loved it, but it wasn't a great game, really, in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, Mech Warrior 2.
I struggle with this one, man.
It's because all you can think about when you think Activision is COD.
COD.
Yeah.
You have to go through the history of older stuff. And then you can
Literally,
go.
yeah.
Maybe
Absolutely
Deadpool is the first one
massive
that comes to mind.
thunderstorm outside right now. So if my power goes out, I
Oh, really?
apologize.
Well, wrap it up.
Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up, B.
Wrap it up. Am I moving on to the next question? Or is
I
someone
can't think of
thinking
anything else. I don't think we've got any other good answers for Hugh, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, B. Okay. Next question. Omen. Hi all. I recently went to a Best Buy in the US and noticed that COD Modern Warfare 3 Physical was only being sold for the PS5, no Xbox version, and they had a newly installed wall of digital tokens. That information, combined with Xbox also discounting the Series X to $350, it makes me wonder, do we think Xbox might be clearing out stock for the all-digital Series X?
No.
Maybe.
Best Buy is just doing less and less physical, and if the stuff's not selling there, they'll probably just pull it out. But it's probably more store trend than a brand trend at this point.
Yeah. That's it happening. Not anytime soon.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's not soon, not ready yet.
It's an interesting
Not
theory.
ready.
Assassin Entertainment. Hello, John, Jesse, Nick, and Lord Cognito. So I just recently beat my first Souls-like Lies of P. Thank you, Game Pass. And as someone who was actively neutral against Souls-likes, the game blew me away. Story was easy to follow, combat and movement was satisfying, and the soundtrack. Chef's kiss. Love the song Feel. highly recommend everyone listen to it. I'm now actively going to try the other Souls games. But I have to ask, why hasn't Xbox locked down an exclusive Souls-like game like PlayStation has, or acquire a studio like Round 8 Neo is for the job? It could help diversify Xbox's portfolio and pique interest in the Souls community. Thanks, fellas.
Just acquire NeoWiz. That'd be a lot of money. I mean, I think the Game Pass deal is essentially the best way to go about it. Like, you don't need exclusivity if you get it on Game Pass for everything.
They've got Sekiro now.
Mm-hmm.
They've got Sekiro now.
Yeah. I look at Liza P. I look at Wo Long as ventures into that space. As far as to me, the Game Pass deal is your exclusive. You create so much value for your platform to say, okay, you can pay $70 over there, or you can get it on our service for Game Pass, especially the day and date version. So yeah, I think that's the way to do it. I don't know if the studios that they have currently want to venture into that space or capable of that space. So just I would say
that's the thing. Again, studios don't want to work on stuff. They don't want to be like told most of the time, this is what you got to work on. We need a Bloodborne competitor. You've got to find a team that comes to you and says, hey, we've got this idea for a project, and if it ticks that box, great. But I don't think they need to buy one. Like, Game Pass deals are the best way to get this kind of stuff. Release it everywhere, but if you as a Game Pass subscriber get it, cool.
Yeah. Day and
They
date.
can just go to From now and say, hey, guys, you want to make Sekiro 2?
There's a reason Bloodborne's never been upgraded on PS5. It's because From's not interested in anything exclusive. They only want multiplat. And Sony needs From to help. Like Grubbs talked about it a lot. They need From to actually do a Bloodborne thing. And it's like, not worth our time.
Yeah.
Money talks.
Money
talks, mate. Good old Collingwood. What?
No, I was going to say, we've got 9 minutes before we hit 4 hours, which is a long old time.
Yeah.
Good old
Bless
Collingwood.
Cog for sticking around through the whole hog.
I
This is
got
nothing
a
for him.
roll too. But I got a
this
roll
is-
too. But yeah, this is technically like we be
This
getting
is a
out
short
and
show.
Yeah.
We're going to be there. We're nearly there.
You're
I do
taking
gotta
the
go.
week
How many-
off so that you can just do the same freaking thing here.
You do the same thing I've been doing. How many more we got? No, we got a lot more. We still got
3 more. That's it.
Three.
I'll rock with the 3. We'll rock with the 3. Come on, let's go.
Hello, John, Nick, and Jesse, and welcome back, Mr. Cognito.
Yo.
Recently, Xbox put out 2 customized Xbox Series X consoles. One was the Wonka Series X, based on the new movie, and the other was the Bluey Series X, based on the popular kids animation. Now, John, if this question sounds familiar, well, I asked this question back on the podcast episode when Nick was
I'm
in
getting
Sydney.
called out a lot this
186,
week.
but you didn't answer it.
Well, why didn't I answer it? Nick reads out the questions.
I wasn't on. That was
Oh.
the episode I wasn't on.
No.
Instead,
Get fucked.
you went off talking about how good the Bluey Xbox was, and you
True.
never actually got onto the actual question. So, my question for this week is, and I would also like to know what Mr. Cognito would like, if Xbox came to you and offered to make a customized Xbox Series console for you, what would you have made?
I have a good one.
That's a good one.
Go. If you know it, go.
I'm stealing it from the Brit, and John, mine would be the TARDIS from Doctor Who. It just fits. It's the right size.
Ooh.
Nice.
Ooh.
Is that what's that? The phone booth?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm going to go. All right. I'm going to go with my answer. Then I'm going to go with the corporate cog answer. So my answer would probably be I want Hellblade 2 to really get the shine on a big scale.
Mhm.
So I want Senua to get, because I mean, it was kind of like the studio that punched above its weight that made something great with the first one. But since now we know the 2-1 has that budget, I want them to really go out with the marketing. Corporate cog answer is they need to have a Call of Duty Series S. They need every casual person to know that they are the home of Call of Duty, and you get it with this Series S, and you get Game Pass Core or whatever it is, and bam, they will. You want to move consoles? Let the casual know this is the home of Call of Duty. So that
For sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's right.
Mine would be a Dreamcast.
Oh,
So it's all white, and the button becomes the Dreamcast logo, and you push it, and it does the. And it makes that. Oh man,
that's heartstrings.
And then in Australia, your grill has the blue, but in NTSC, it's got that orangey red,
Oh,
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
I had a
You could
really
do it for the Series S2 and have the swirl on the top.
Oh yeah.
I had a really bad thought about how they could do a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 Series S, and it's the top is a little diorama of the Highway of Death that they tried to change into, not the Americans pulling off this time. So, that would be on brand for Call of Duty. Why not? Just Highway of Death, just a bunch of burned corpses, and
Hilarious.
Or do a Modern Warfare 3 Series X and make it shorter. Oh,
Damn. Too soon.
I would.
Soon.
I like understated hardware, so I'm not into like anything too like bling. So I like these. I think they call them like the dusk, where it goes from one color and it has a gradient down to black.
Yes.
I'd have something like that,
A
like a
gradient.
variety of colors. That'd be quite.
well, the
nice.
Dreamcast one would just be white.
next
It's very
version.
minimal.
Very minimalist.
It's very
Yes.
long.
Okay. Darren Coull, winner of Name a Game. Hello, guys. And sorry I don't get to view the whole video on YouTube on Sunday mornings very often. Aussie. Still love what you guys do and always hit the like button. I catch up with audio in the van, so all good. Got a question for you. As an older gamer, my first computer was an Atari 800 XL.
Oh, wow.
First console was Dreamcast.
It's a great first one.
Yes. I find with the latest games, I have trouble getting into them for more than a couple of hours.
Yep.
I have played Baldur's Gate 3 total of 7.5 hours on PC, but I find I get frustrated and quit too easily when I get lost or stuck somewhere. Then when I return some weeks later, I usually end up restarting from the top because I've forgotten where I got to. Are modern games just too complex to navigate through or control? Perhaps I'm too old at 54. Last game I finished was High on Life. Very good game. And that was with the help of my son to deal with a couple of boss fights. Do you have any advice on how to best get back into loving playing games again? Am I destined to be forever playing remasters, reboots of classic 8 and 16-bit games like Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio?
I love this question.
It's a great question.
Keep up the great work and best wishes from the best city of Melbourne.
Woo!
At least for coffee.
Where's
It's
Risky?
funny. It reminds me of the conversation I had at the beginning about Jedi Survivor this week, right?
Yeah.
In that, this is taking forever. I understand the game, but oh my god, why is everything like hidden? Like, just like let me just play. My honest advice, like the way I approach games now, as an aging gamer, is I only play what I really, truly enjoy. Right? Ignore the hype cycles and the FOMO. If something ain't jiving with you,
don't force it.
it's okay.
Yep.
Just bounce right off. Just be like, that's not for me.
Preach.
Guess what you got to do?
Play Rocket League.
If you're reviewing more games, John, guess what? You don't get to be that selective.
I know.
sorry.
I'm going to be suffering in 2024.
Just play Rocket League. Just play Rocket League. Because Darren. What?
I was going to say, use how long to beat. Make sure you look and see, is this an incredibly long game? Because it'll say like 140 hours on Baldur's Gate 3. And you'll know at that point, I'm out. But if you see something's 15, 10, 20 hours, it's a much higher chance that you'd be into it. And you can look and see, does it have easy modes if you just are feeling frustrated and just want to get through something? Like, does it have Nick mode where you can go invincible and not die and still somehow find that fun? I don't know. But yeah, there are ways.
It's very fun.
Yeah, Tunic's great.
Darren,
you just couldn't play it without putting God mode on.
Darren sounds similar to me, and if that's the case, just play the short stuff. You don't have to play the big long 50-hour, 100-hour things. Like, just lean into the stuff. Like, I'm looking forward to Prince of Persia because that taps into that 16-bit nostalgia and the Metroidvanias and all that. So that's my big thing that I'm looking forward to.
Play Elden Ring. It's the most approachable one of those types, and it's incredibly good. Upgrade your weaponry.
You trying to kill it, man.
I could happily
legitimately insanely easy after I've gone back to. I'm like, wow, this is so much easier than I remember.
The minute he comes outside to fight the golden horseman, dude, it's over for you, man.
That's just, you got to learn to ignore him until you overlevel.
Oh.
So for Darren, like off the top of my head, games that if you haven't played them, I feel would tick your box. What Remains of Edith Finch, Inside, Limbo, Little Nightmares 1 and 2, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Wait for the remake, maybe. If you want a prettier version. Those are the sorts of things that the kind of games. Cocoon. These are the sorts of things that I love. They come out. Planet of Lana.
Oh, you stole mine. I was just about to say that was
Right.
my turn.
But they are. You can hop in and out. They're not going to overwhelm. They are from here to here, linear. And
there's a trick to this.
They're
John.
fun.
You go on XboxEra. You search either John Clark or harmonica. John Clark or harmonica, but the O in harmonica is a 0. You search those two names, and you're just going to get a bunch of games like that. You'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Bro, you nailed
I've
it.
reviewed short games.
Listen, everything John said. Play with your heart, play what you want to play, but those games he listed specifically, like I said, I call them the artsy-fartsy, a little mature. But
the artsy, I'm all about the artsy-fartsy.
The Artful Escape.
The Artful Escape.
Genesis Noir.
Perfect.
I even like Somerville. I know it wasn't perfect, but I had
It was a little too
ambitious.
ambitious on the gameplay front, but it was neat overall.
Yeah. I was disappointed by Somerville in the end.
I will say,
but-
really, you did better with the end. I liked it at the end.
No,
Really?
just generally, like I went in hoping for something equivalent to Playdead's best.
Inside, yeah. It's
It
not
wasn't
that.
Playdead.
Yeah, correct.
But after playing Cocoon,
Oh yeah, Cocoon
That's
is it.
the gameplay
But
guy from Playdead. So
he knows. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. I did like the story that they tried to tell in Somerville and the emotional connection and the choice. Have you done all the different endings though?
No, I didn't. That's the thing. I got to that point. I was like, okay.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
You gotta play Simon Says
I
That
don't care.
line.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I didn't.
I liked us holding
It was
hands
cool.
against.
But yeah.
It was cool. It was
I like
cool.
the symbolism. I just like, but don't get me wrong. Cocoon is the better game. Like, I don't know. But
Chef's
I
kiss.
thought Somerville. But those type of games, if you listen, I agree. Anything John said, I'm 100% co-sign.
The last couple of years, Game Pass has been on fire with indies that are probably more up your alley.
Yes.
On fire.
Yeah.
And a lot of
Hopefully that helps.
Good.
Last question before some breaking news, even though it technically broke before the show started.
Oh, what's that?
Britt, last question. Happy holidays. What's on your holiday wish list? What gifts will you be treating yourselves to? Well, I'm waiting for John to get me Sonic Superstars.
Nice.
For winning Name a Game.
Been waiting a while. I haven't got anything. I haven't asked for anything this year. I'm too poor. And I'm saying to people, don't buy me anything because I'm not buying you anything. And that's generally the way I've gone. It's just I don't need anything. So whatevs. That's it for me. I honestly haven't got anything I could utter off on a list, I'm afraid.
For anyone
For
listening,
Sonic for me.
For anyone listening, I would like.
I wouldn't be opposed. I would have dedicated like tournament style kind of Xbox fighting control. As much as I love the Xbox controller, I think it's the perfect controller for FPS. I do have an issue with the D-pad sometimes for fighting. And I think there was that Xbox Wolverine or something, some Xbox One controller. I'm gonna try to get. I think it's on eBay or something. But where they have the segmented D-pad, I kind of like that. Nick look like he's digging in the crates. Yeah, like that. I need something. Or the Tekken 8, Tekken official fighting stick. Wow, would that be great to see underneath my Christmas tree?
Wireless
Anyone
Tekken
listening?
6 Hori stick.
Man, that
Still got it.
sounds amazing. Looks amazing there. Wish I had one.
Do you not have that?
No, I don't, man. I need to get me an
Really?
official. Yeah, I need a fighting stick.
I bought Tekken 6. I had no interest in Tekken 6. I bought it just for this stick.
Just for this. Oh, that's
Because it's wireless. I just wanted a wireless Hori stick.
Oh, that looks so good.
And before we miss
man,
it, I just want to say thank you to Kevin for joining the Xbox Air channel.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Another member. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
Welcome to the cool kids. Let's go.
All right, breaking news,
Fighting
Nick.
stick.
Not breaking,
Yeah,
but
what's
totally
breaking
breaking.
news?
What's going
Again,
on?
it was sort of breaking before we went live. So Wall Street Journal is reporting that Activision Blizzard, which I guess in turn means Microsoft, looking to potentially acquire Paramount.
Whoa.
What? What?
Whoa. We gotta talk about the ramifications of this. That's insane.
Can we have a link here, please?
Yeah, can I have a
What?
link? Yeah.
Sure, hold on.
I'll send it to Jesse.
What?
This is probably paywalled. but
Didn't
there you
you?
go.
This broke before we even went live. I'm surprised.
How
you
have I
noticed it.
not seen this?
I have a tweet from Clobril up on the stream about it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
put that link in the chat.
Probably
Somebody
paywall,
send me
knowing
that
the Wall Street
link.
Journal.
Yeah, probably would be. There it is in the private chat.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Holy shit!
What?
Text on my face.
We've spoken about this stuff in the past.
I know, that's what's making
people
my
have
mind blown.
speculated,
Like,
would they buy Paramount, Warner Brothers? Because Warner Brothers is on the brink of collapse too.
That
And it
one
helps
the
Microsoft
Warner
compete.
Brothers story was kind of bullshit. The source on it was stupid. I don't believe it.
Mm.
wow.
But yeah, I mean, why not? Gives them a streaming service to compete with Amazon and Apple. Gives them some good IP.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? It's not like they can't afford it.
Yeah, met with Skydance.
But I think it's interesting that it's Activision and Bobby
and Bobby
that's allegedly initiating this, because Bobby's not going to be part of Activision
part of the thing. Yeah, right.
much sooner. So I find that part of it quite interesting.
Interesting.
But I reckon Microsoft would have great interest in something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Fascinating.
Fascinating stuff.
Well, might be a very interesting 2024 ahead after all. Like,
We know
and
it's
on
gonna
that
begin
note,
with
look, we've got to let the Lord go. We can't have an actual Lord of the Realm like kept from his dinner or whatever else he's got to do rather than chatting to us
My dinner's right here.
nerds.
Wife just walked in with it.
Taco Bell on deck. I love it.
Mhm.
Lord Cognito, your second time around on the XboxEra podcast, a 4-hour
Thanks very
behemoth
much.
of a show that was excellent throughout. Thank you so much for joining us again. We've got to make sure that the gap between you being on here again isn't so long next time, please.
No,
Anything you want to shout out to the other Lords of the Realm, please take the stage.
First of all, thanks for having me in the realm of the era. Really enjoyed you guys. You guys have a good time. I didn't realize it was 4. I was like, damn, I was supposed to get ready for something, but I was having a good time. That's how you know you guys got a great show. So salute to that, salute to the chat. Again, Iron Lord podcast every Sunday is the Lord's Day, minus the next 2 weeks because we are taking a break.
2 weeks.
Well-earned break.
Yeah. But you know what it is, Nick? We realize it. We never miss a show. The only time we miss is if we are traveling or going to like an event. So we were like, we kind of need it. Let's kind of recoup, recharge the batteries for next year. So salute to that. But you catch us also on noisegaming.net. You get your opinion pieces, your articles, things of that nature. Go check us out there. I'm at Lord Cognito on Twitter. And for those who also want me just on an Xbox focused podcast, 100% Defining Duke with Mr. Batty Plays. Check that out. We're going to have a lot of episodes during that time. We're off because we doubled up on episodes during that time. And man, that's pretty much it. Man, I had a good time. We cannot wait this long to do it. So this is too much fun, man.
We've got episode 200 in a couple months. So
yeah, we'll have to have you back on for a little segment. We'll be organizing it February-ish.
Pull up. And you guys, we got to figure out when next. If you guys do Gamescom, obviously we'll let you know if we do it. We got to link up for real in person. Like this is way overdue. Yeah.
Oh, it'll be so good.
For sure. Really appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for having me. This was a lot of fun.
All right. Well, that's the end of the show. So to the chat, many thanks. Thanks for hanging out, being such good company, so many good questions, and being well behaved as always. We'll be back next week for the annual Grubsmas special, and we might branch out a little bit and bring the 2 gardeners along for the show.
No, Mike can't.
Oh,
Mike can't.
Well, now I feel I can't be there. If, I don't want to be without another gardener.
Am I not going to be there? Am I going to do the 2 person?
Well, I mean, Jesse's going to be there. I may as well be there. We'll be back next week for Grubsmas before Christmas. So until then, stay safe.
I'll make you and Grub, you're big, and me and John are little teeny tiny small.
Very small. We're small. You big, we small. Yeah. No worries. All right, that's it. We're out.
Ciao for now.
Big.